Potter read What If a Drunken Sirius Black Apparated to Privet Drive at age 4 and stole Harry away to raise him as the true heir of Black. If you enjoyed this story, please like, comment, and subscribe to Potter Read for more Harry Potter what if scenarios. Hit the bell to never miss an upload, and let us know in the comments which alternate family adoption story you want to see next. Chapter 1, The Howling Black Dog. The fire in the drawing room hearth had burned down to a sullen orange, the kind of light that lies to a man about how late it is and how drunk he has become. Sirius Black sat in the chair his grandfather had died in, and tried, again, to read the letter folded on his knee. He could not. The words on the parchment kept pulling sideways, the way letters had been pulling sideways for him for 4 years now. Lily's writing. A child's drawing in the corner, a stag, a black dog, a wolf, and a rat. Pad foot, in red crayon, with a tongue too large for its head. He had laughed when she sent it. He had laughed for an hour and then he had not laughed for a very long time. The decanter on the side table was empty. He had emptied it. The bottle on the floor was half empty. He had been working on that one. The one in the cabinet was still sealed, because black fire whiskey from before the war was not the sort of bottle even Sirius opened lightly. Tonight he was going to open it. "Master is drinking," said a voice from the doorway, in a tone that managed to be flat and deeply offended at once. "Master is drinking the Lord's whiskey." "Master is the Lord, creature," Sirius said, without looking. "Get out." The house elf did not move. Sirius could hear him breathing, could feel the small hard hate of him hovering by the threshold like a bad smell. "Master Regulus would not drink the Lord's whiskey," creature muttered. Master Regulus knew what was due. Master Regulus is dead," Sirius said. The word came out clipped. "And so is everyone else." He stood up. The chair was older than he was, the leather had molded to a man it would never see again, and Sirius had never quite fit into the hollow. He crossed to the cabinet. He took the bottle. He worked the stopper with his teeth. He poured. The fire whiskey was the color of old bronze. It smelled like a forge. "To them," he said, very quietly, "to nobody. To Prongs and Lilyflower. To Wormtail, may he rot in the deepest pit they've got. To Mooney, who won't write to me. To my brother, who was braver than me. To my mother, who isn't, may she stay that way. And to," he stopped. The next name almost came up. He had not said it tonight. He had been very careful tonight. He drank instead. It hit the back of his throat like a slap from somebody he loved, and behind his eyes the world wavered, and then something opened in his chest that he had been holding shut with both hands for 48 months. "Harry," Sirius said. The portrait of his mother above the mantelpiece, who had been watching him in silence for over an hour because even she had grown bored of howling at him in the evenings, turned her head. "What did you say?" "I said his name." Sirius's voice was thick. "I haven't said his name since you handed him over," Walburga Black said. There was no triumph in it. She had been a cruel woman in life and was a cruel woman painted, but tonight, in the dim, she only sounded tired. "Since you let that doddering goat take James Potter's son and bury him in a muggle's hedge." Don't. Her eyes glittered. "You sit in my house, my son, my disowned son, my reinstated son, drinking my husband's whiskey and weeping for a child you have not laid eyes on in 4 years, and you tell me," I said, "don't, mother." He had never raised his voice to her painting before. He had screamed at it, but that was different. Screaming was sport. This was something else. The portrait went still. Even the firelight in the painted hearth behind her seemed to dim. "Sit down, Sirius," she said, after a moment. "Sit down before you fall." He did not sit down. He drank again, and this time the bronze went all the way through him and lit a slow, ugly fire under his ribs, the kind that has been waiting a long time for kindling. He thought about the letter from Andromeda this morning. He thought about Remus, who had not come to dinner, 4 months running. He thought about the trial that had never quite happened, because Crouch had wanted it dirty and Dumbledore had wanted it quiet, and the two of them had compromised on locking him up in his own house under wand wards and letting the world forget. He thought about Peter, fat little Peter, wherever Peter was. He thought about James saying, in 5th year, a glass raised, "Mate, if anything ever happens to me, and stop pulling that face, Padfoot, I'm being noble, you should try it, anything ever happens, you take him. Yeah? You promise me. None of this Muggle ant rot. You take him." I promised, Sirius thought. I promised and I did not. I'm going out, he said. You are not going out, Walburga said, sharply. I am going out, Mother. You are confined to this house under ministry, and the ministry, Sirius said, can suck a Grindylow. He drank the rest of the glass. He set the glass down with the precision of a man who knows his hands are about to start lying to him. He walked, very steadily, to the front door, because steady walking was a project that required all of him now, and Walburga shrieked something behind him that he chose not to hear. The hall smelled of damp. The troll-egg umbrella stand leered. Creature had, for once, the wisdom to be elsewhere. Sirius opened the front door of number 12, Grimmauld Place, stepped down onto the pavement, and Apparated. He did not pick a destination. He never had to. The address had lived behind his eyes for 4 years like a splinter. Privet Drive was asleep. Privet Drive looked, in the orange of its sodium lamps, exactly like Privet Drive had always looked, small, trimmed, smug. The hedges were hedges. The cars were cars. Number 4 had a brass knocker shaped like a horseshoe and a doormat that said welcome and was lying. Sirius stood on the pavement and looked at it for what might have been a minute and might have been 10. The whiskey was banking up behind his eyes. His wand was in his hand. He did not remember drawing it. Right, he said to himself. He went up the path. The roses on either side were the kind of roses that had been pruned by somebody who hated roses. He took the steps in 2, and he raised his wand to the lock, and then a thing happened that surprised him very much. He knocked. 3 knocks. Loud. Civil, there was a pause, and then a light, and then a voice from upstairs that was unmistakably Vernon Dursley's. Bloody hell, who is it at this hour? Sirius waited. The whiskey waited with him. The door opened on a chain. A purple eye in a mustached face stared out. Now look here, Vernon Dursley, Sirius said pleasantly. I'm a friend of Lily's. I've come for the boy. Get off my. Alohomora was a charm Sirius could cast in his sleep, and had, in 7th year, after a particularly memorable party. The chain dropped. The door swung. Vernon stumbled back into his own hallway in a dressing gown and made a noise like a small dog being stepped on. My wand is up, Sirius said. Yours, I notice, is not. So I suggest you stand still while we talk. Petunia. Vernon bellowed up the stairs. Petunia, there's a wizard in your hallway, yes. Sirius stepped over the threshold and shut the door behind him. The whiskey had gone very quiet inside him, that part of him was watching the rest of him with great interest. Where is Harry? Petunia Dursley appeared at the top of the stairs in a pink quilted dressing gown with her hair in curlers, and the expression on her face when she saw him was a thing Sirius would remember on his deathbed because it told him, instantly, more than anyone had told him in 4 years. She had recognized him. Not by face. He had never met her. She had recognized what he was. And the thing under her recognition was not surprise. It was guilt. You, she said. You can't be here. And yet. Vernon, get him, where is Harry? Sirius said again, very softly. Petunia. Lily's sister. Where is my godson? She did not answer him. She did not have to. Her eyes went, on their own, before she could stop them, to the cupboard under the stairs. For a moment Sirius did not understand. He was looking at the cupboard. There was a small brass latch on the outside of it. Outside of a cupboard. Under the stairs. His brain did the arithmetic with the flat, cold patience of a man counting bodies. Then he made a sound. He did not know he had made it until he heard it. It was not a human sound. The portrait of his mother, 2 miles south, would have recognized it. It was the sound the Black family magic makes when somebody has insulted the line in a way that wants paying for. Vernon launched himself. He was a large man. He had 9 stone on Sirius. He had, Sirius noted in the same cold place, a fireplace poker raised in one hand. He covered the distance between them in one heavy step, and Sirius, without thinking, without a word, without even raising the wand, snapped his free hand sideways. Vernon went into the wall. Not with a wand. With magic the way Sirius had been taught magic was not to be used in polite society, a hard shove of will straight out through the palm, the way Walburga had once shoved a young Sirius into the dining room wall when he had spilled wine on the Burgess tablecloth. The plaster cracked. A small framed photograph of a child Sirius did not want to identify dropped to the carpet. Vernon slid down the plaster and sat very still on the carpet, looking surprised and slightly cross-eyed. "Don't," Sirius said. He had said this, he realized, to Petunia. She was halfway down the stairs. She stopped where she was. Her face had gone the color of milk. It's not what, down here, please. He is fed, down here, Petunia." She came. She was shaking. He found that he was not enjoying it as much as he had thought he would. He had imagined, drunk, in the long dim drawing room, what he would say to her if he ever got the chance. He had imagined it with the kind of cruel music in it that had been the music of his own childhood. None of it would come. There was only the cupboard. He went to the cupboard. He put his hand on the latch. He looked at her one more time over his shoulder. "Tell me he is alive," he said. "Tell me, before I open this, that he is alive, Petunia, because if he is not, you are going to find out tonight what my family is for." "He is alive," she whispered. He is asleep. He is alive." He opened the cupboard. The smell hit him first. Old urine and dust and a child's sweat. There was a thin striped mattress that was too small to be anything but a baby's, and on the mattress, curled up on his side like a question mark, was a small dark-haired boy in a too large gray vest and pants that might once have belonged to a cousin 3 times his size. The boy had a bruise on his cheekbone. He had a bruise on his arm. He had Lily's mouth. He had James's hair. He had a thin red lightning-shaped scar on his forehead that was, in this light, the brightest thing in the room. The whiskey, all of it, gathered itself behind Sirius's eyes and went out, like a lamp. He knelt. He did not know he was kneeling. He put one careful hand on the boy's shoulder. "Harry," he said. The boy stirred. His eyes opened. They were green. Sirius had been told they would be green. Hearing about Lily's eyes and seeing them in your godson's face turned out to be 2 different things. "Are you the milkman?" the boy whispered. It was the wrong question and the right one. Sirius's throat closed. "No, cub. I'm not the milkman." "Oh." Harry took this in, very seriously, and seemed to sort it into the same place where he kept all the other facts about adults. "Are you cross?" "Not at you." "Oh. Good." Harry sat up. He moved like a child who had been taught not to take up space. He looked past Sirius's shoulder at the cupboard door, and then at the hallway, and then his eyes came back to Sirius's face and stayed there. "You're a wizard." "Yes. Aunt Petunia says wizards are bad." "Aunt Petunia," Sirius said, and his voice came out so even it surprised him, "is wrong. Your mother was a witch. Your father was a wizard. They were the best people I knew in the world. Do you know what your name is, Harry? Boy. It hit him like the wall had hit Vernon. It's Harry, Sirius said. He kept his voice low. He kept his hands open. It's Harry James Potter. Your father was James and your mother was Lily. I knew them. I knew you. I held you the day you were born. I am your godfather. Do you understand what a godfather is? No. I'm somebody who's supposed to look after you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Harry. I'm late. I'm very, very late. Harry studied him. He had a small grave face and the steady eyes of a child who had had to pay attention to adults for survival. He reached up, at last, and touched, with one finger, the stubble on Sirius's jaw, as if checking that he was solid. You're warm, he said. Yes. Aunt Petunia is cold. Yes. Are you taking me away? The question came up out of him like a small hard pebble he had been holding under his tongue for 4 years. Yes, Sirius said. Yes, cub. Yes, I am. Forever? Forever and a day. Harry considered this. He nodded once. Can I bring my soldier? He said. It hasn't got an arm but it's mine. Bring it, Sirius said. Harry reached behind him under the mattress. He produced a single plastic soldier, paint long gone, with one arm broken off at the shoulder. He clutched it to his chest. He stood up, with a 4-year-old's careful gravity, and put his free hand into Sirius's. His hand was very small. Sirius stood. He kept the boy's hand in his. He turned. Petunia was on the bottom stair. Vernon was on the carpet. Vernon was not unconscious. Vernon had been watching, and on Vernon's purple, swelling face was an expression Sirius recognized with a small cold pleasure, the expression of a man who has just noticed that a wizard has come into his house and is leaving with his property. You can't, Vernon began. Mr. Dursley, Sirius said. I am drunk. I am also a black. I am also, currently, all that stands between you and the magical part of yourself going on permanent holiday. I would like to go 5 minutes without having to use a wand on you, because I am on probation and my cousin is going to have to put a great deal of work into pretending I was at home. So I am going to ask you, just once, to sit there. Vernon, perhaps mistakenly, opened his mouth. Sirius did not bother with the wand. He looked at Vernon. The drawing-room temperature dropped 4 degrees. The horseshoe on the front door rattled in its bracket. From the kitchen there was a small, surprised sound as the kettle, on its hob, lifted itself an inch and came down again. Vernon shut his mouth. Petunia, Sirius said. Yes, she said. Look at me. She did. He was, for a moment, profoundly aware of who he was, a black, in a muggle hallway, with his mother's voice in his ear and his godson's hand in his hand, and a body of family magic, 1,000 years old, running quietly along his bones and looking out of his eyes at this woman like a wolf at a sheep. You are Lily's sister, he said. She loved you. She wrote to you and you sent her letters back unopened. She named you in her will, in the will my partner wrote, a man she called brother, a man you never even let cross your threshold for your sister's wedding. She named you on the off chance that the only people in the world who could love this child might fail. And we did. We did fail. James died first. I failed second. Remus failed third, in his own way. Dumbledore, who was supposed to be the wisest of us, failed fourth. We made you the 5th line. We made you the last line. I didn't, you put my godson in a cupboard, Petunia. She had nothing to say to that. I'm not going to hex you, Sirius said. I'm not going to curse your house. I'm not going to do any of the very colorful things my family is known for, because you were Lily's sister, and because I am not, tonight, the man my mother raised. But understand. You will never see this child again. If, in any year of your life from this one forward, you so much as speak his name aloud, I will know. If you write to anyone in our world about what happened in this house tonight, I will know. If your son, and yes, I see the boy peering down from the landing, hello, sport, if your son ever, in the long course of his life, raises his hand to a child smaller than he is, I will know that too. He paused. I will know, he said again, because he wanted her to remember it in the morning. And then, because he could not keep his control much longer and because the boy in his hand had begun to shiver, he said, hold tight, Harry. We're going on a journey. Close your eyes. Will it hurt? It feels like being squeezed through a very small pipe. It is over very quickly. I will hold on. All right, said Harry, who had been squeezed through smaller things, and shut his eyes. Sirius turned on the spot. The apparition was not clean. He was drunker than he should have been to side along a child, and the magic took a moment to sort them out. They came through with a crack and a smell of burnt bronze, in the entrance hall of number 12, Grimald Place, on the threadbare runner under the eyes of his mother's troll-egg umbrella stand and the 8 stuffed and silver-mounted house-elf heads on the wall, and the heads, Sirius noted with a part of his brain that was trying very hard to be normal, were turning. All 8 pairs of glassy eyes were rotating, very slowly, to look at the small living thing in his hand. Don't look at him, Sirius said to the wall, hoarsely. Don't any of you look at him. Walburga's portrait was already screaming. Filth, blood traitor, what have you brought into my house, a potter under my roof, creature, quiet, mother, Sirius said. His voice did something it had not done in 4 years. It did not crack, did not waver, did not cajole. It rang in the hall. It rang in the timbers above. It rang the way Orion Black's voice had rung once, when Sirius was 7 and his father had told the entire House of Black that Bellatrix would not be permitted to attend a Sabbath at Lestrange Manor without a chaperone. The portrait stopped. Walburga Black stared down at her son, and at the small, scarred, dark-haired boy holding his hand. Her painted face went through several things. Sirius watched them all pass. Harry, he said, without taking his eyes off her, this is a portrait of my mother. She is dead. She cannot hurt you. She is going to be quiet for a while. Yes, mother? Walburga did not speak. After a long second, she inclined her head, half an inch. Right, Sirius said. Right. Right. He found that he was breathing again. He had not been, for several seconds. He looked down. Harry. Are you all right? It was squeezy, Harry said, very small. Like you said. It was, wasn't it? You were brave. I'm hungry. A new thing went through Sirius. It was not whiskey and it was not magic and it was not even rage anymore. It was a small, hard, practical clarity, the kind a soldier remembers later when the night is over. Right, he said. Right. Food. Bath. Bed. In that order. Creature. There was a crack. The house elf appeared in the hall, took one look at the potter child standing in the front entrance, and opened his mouth to say something that would have been the kind of insult only a black house elf could fashion. Sirius did not let him. Creature, he said. Listen carefully. This is my godson, Harry James Potter. As of this evening, he is under the protection of the House of Black. He is my heir presumptive. You will treat him as you would have treated my brother. You will harm him in no way, ever, by act or by omission, by speech or by silence, by spell or by withholding. Acknowledge. The house elf's huge eyes had gone very round. Family magic could be heard in a black voice when a black wanted it heard, and Sirius had wanted it heard. Creature recognized the timbre, it was the same timbre as a black lord's binding. Creature acknowledges, he said, hoarse. Creature will harm him in no way. Good. Now, soup. Bread. Whatever's in the pantry that won't poison him. Hot water in the bath upstairs. Clean clothes, anything of Regulus's at 4 would still be in the cedar chest on the top floor. Move. Creature moved. Sirius knelt again. He looked Harry in the eye. He had to look him in the eye, he realized, because if he looked anywhere else right now, the rage that had not yet finished moving through him would find a place to settle and ruin everything. Harry, he said. Harry, look at me. This is a strange house and it is not a kind house, but tonight it is yours. Do you understand? This is your house from tonight on. Anything in it that frowns at you, you tell me. Yes? Yes. A pause. A small, shy, Sirius. You remembered. You said it. Down there. Harry's brow had a small, serious furrow in it. You said, I am Sirius. I am. And you are my godson, and you are Harry, and that is your name, and we are going to use it from now on. Boy is not your name. Boy is not my name, Harry repeated, slowly, the way a child practices a difficult word. That's right. The kitchen door opened on its own, and Creature's voice came up the stair, soup is hot, master. The bath is drawn. Good. We're coming down. He stood up. He was steady, on his feet, in a way he had not been steady on his feet in 4 years. He realized he had been afraid he would not be able to walk a child down a staircase. He could. He could carry one if he had to. Walburga's portrait watched them go. Sirius, she said, in a different voice, when they were almost at the kitchen door. He paused. What did you do, Sirius? I went and got him, mother. You broke confinement. Yes. You assaulted muggles. Yes. You brought a potter into my house. Yes. A long pause. The painted firelight flickered. He has black eyes, she said, finally. Your eyes. I had not realized. It is, the cousin marriage, Doria's blood, mother. You will need to formally name him, Sirius. As heir. Tonight. While the magic is still, open. While it has just chosen. I had thought of that. Do it before he eats. The bond is cleaner on an empty, mother. Are you helping me? She looked at him. Her painted mouth tightened. I am preserving the line, she said. It is what I do. I have always done it. Even when you have forced me to do it through you. I notice. Do not be insolent, Sirius. Yes, mother. He took Harry down the stairs. The kitchen at Grimald Place was a long, low, vaulted room that had been built when the men of the family had been trolls. The fire in the hearth was already roaring. A bowl of pumpkin and onion soup sat on the table. A plate of fresh bread, miraculous at this hour, sat beside it. Creature had managed, in 3 minutes, what he had not managed in 4 years. He had set a table in this house for someone he was prepared to feed. Sit, Sirius said. Harry sat. He was very small in the high-backed chair. His feet did not reach the floor by half a foot. He looked at the soup with an expression Sirius did not, immediately, place. Then he placed it. It was the expression of a child who has been taught not to take food without permission. Eat, Sirius said, gently. It's yours. Harry picked up the spoon as if it might bite him. He took a careful sip. His face did a thing. It was a very small thing. It was the corner of his mouth lifting, and then his whole small body, the shoulders dropping, the spine straightening, the breath letting out, saying yes, in a way Sirius had not, until that moment, understood a person could say yes. He ate. Sirius watched him eat. He did not realize he was crying until Creature, of all things, set a pocket handkerchief by his hand without comment and shuffled away. When the bowl was empty, Sirius cleared his throat. "Harry. There's a thing we need to do, before you go upstairs. It will not hurt. It is not a curse. It is a sort of promise. A name promise. My family does it, and I would like to do it for you, with you, tonight. It will tell the magic of this house that you belong here. It will tell anyone who ever asks that you are mine. Yes?" Harry, sleepy now, full of soup, considered. "Like a godfather promise," he said. "Like a godfather promise," Sirius agreed. "Yes. Exactly. All right. Stand up. Hold my hands. Both of them. Look at me." Harry stood. He put both small hands in Sirius's. They were warm, now, finally, from the soup. The fingers were no longer ice. Sirius did not need a wand for this. Black family magic was older than wands. He did not even need most of the words. The magic of the house, which had been listening since the moment the Potter boy crossed the threshold, was already coiled around his ribs like a great old serpent that had been asleep for a long time and had just lifted its head. "I, Sirius Black, Lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Black," he said, very carefully, "claim Harry James Potter, son of James Charles Potter and Lily Potter née Evans, as my own. I name him heir to my house, of my blood by oath, by hearthstone and by name, until such time as my body fails and my line ends, and afterwards as the magic shall bear it. So mote it be." Harry repeated, in a 4-year-old's faltering voice that Sirius would never forget, "So mote it be." The house exhaled. Sirius felt it. It was the most extraordinary feeling he had ever had. It was as if the entire ancient stone of Grimmauld Place, every dressed block, every iron joist, every silver-eyed elf head, every cursed teaspoon, every grim, sour, pure-blooded cubic foot of it, had drawn one long breath through him, looked at the boy whose hands he held, and, after the longest pause of Sirius's life, sighed out yes. A faint silver line ran, briefly, between Sirius's wrist and Harry's. It vanished. The fire in the hearth burned, for a moment, with a green tongue at its center, and then went back to orange. Harry's eyes had gone very wide. "It tickled," he said. "Yes." "It liked me?" "Yes." Aunt Petunia said, "Aunt Petunia," Sirius said, "is a very long way away now, Harry, and she is not coming back. And anything she said in that house is a lie, every word of it, and we are going to spend a very long time taking the lies out of you. All right?" "All right," Harry said. He yawned. It was the longest yawn Sirius had ever seen on a small face, and it shook him head to foot. "Bath," Sirius said, "and bed. Up we go." "Sirius. Are you really going to keep me?" He looked at the boy. He looked at the small hand still in his. He thought about James's grin, and Lily's eyes, and a brass latch on a cupboard door. "Harry," he said, "I am going to keep you, and I am going to teach you, and I am going to make sure that nobody, ever puts you in a cupboard again. Not Muggle, not Wizard, not Dumbledore, not Ministry, not God himself. Do you understand me?" "Yes." "Good." He carried him up the stairs. The boy fell asleep against his shoulder before they reached the second landing, the broken-armed plastic soldier still gripped in one fist. Walburga's portrait, by some small mercy, said nothing as they passed. The 8 elf heads watched, but they watched, Sirius thought, differently now. He could not have said how. He only knew. He bathed the boy himself. He did not let Creature near him, not for this. The bathroom on the second floor was the smallest room in the house and the warmest, because the airing cupboard backed onto it and the pipes had been sung to by black housewives for 2 centuries, the water came out of the brass tap already steaming. Sirius checked it with the back of his wrist the way he had seen Lily check it once with baby Harry on her hip in a sunny kitchen in Godric's Hollow, and the memory was so sharp for a second that he had to put a palm flat on the tile and breathe through his nose until it passed. "You're going to have a bath," he said. "It'll be warm. Not cold." "I have baths in the kitchen sink," said Harry. "Not anymore." He undressed the boy. He kept his face calm. The vest came off and he counted what came off with it. The pants came off and he counted what came off with those. There was a bruise the color of a thundercloud on the small of Harry's back. There was a finger-shaped bruise on the upper arm. There was a pale band across the wrist where something, string, twine, the cuff of a shirt repurposed, had been tied around it more than once. There was a yellow-green older bruise behind the right ear, the kind you get when a head bounces off a wall. There was, on the left shoulder, a small round shiny scar, perfectly circular, that did not belong on any child's body and that Sirius had been trying not to look at directly since he had first seen it in the cupboard light. "That one," Harry said, when he saw Sirius see it. He sounded apologetic. "That was when I was bad about the cooker." "You were not bad about anything," Sirius said. He kept his voice level because he had to. "Not ever, Harry. Anyone who told you you were bad was a liar. Aunt Petunia, a liar, Harry. From the first word she ever said about you." "Oh." The boy stepped into the water with both hands held out at his sides like a tightrope walker, and sat down very slowly, and let out a breath Sirius had heard before only on grown men coming off the long end of a duel. "It's hot," Harry said. He sounded amazed. "That's how it's supposed to be. The kitchen sink is cold. The kitchen sink is over with." He washed the boy himself. He cleaned the small ankles, and the small ribs that he could feel each one of, and the back of the small neck where the hair had matted up from being slept on the same side too many nights in a row. He cleaned, last of all, the lightning-shaped scar with a thumb and a corner of a flannel. The scar, he noticed, was warm under his thumb in a way that the rest of the boy was not. He filed that, too, in the ledger he was not opening tonight. He counted the bruises. He counted the burn. He set them, all of them, into the ledger, and he closed the ledger, and he set the ledger down because tonight was not the night for ledgers. He put Harry to bed in what had once been Regulus's nursery. The wallpaper was old and the cot was older, but the room was warm and the sheets were clean and the boy went into it with a small soft sound and did not stir. Sirius sat by the bed for a long time. He watched the small chest rise and fall. He watched, on the pillow, the lightning-shaped scar. Around midnight, Walburga's portrait, 2 floors down, said softly to no one, "Well. That is my grandson, then." Around 1 in the morning, Sirius went down the stairs to the drawing room, and uncorked the bottle that had been sitting in the cabinet for 40 years, and poured himself 1 finger, and one only. "To you, Prongs," he said. "To you, Lily. I'm sorry. I'm late. I have him." He drank. Then he sat down at the writing desk, and he took up a quill, and he began the first letter he had written to his cousin Andromeda in 3 years. The first line was the easiest he had ever written. "Andy. I need a healer at Grimald at first light, and a solicitor by lunch, and your daughter to come and meet a small boy who has not had a friend in his life. S." He folded it. He sealed it with the black sigil, and the wax, when it took the impression, took it darker than it had taken any wax he had ever sealed. He went back upstairs. He sat in the chair by the cot. He put one hand on the cot rail. In the cot, very quietly, Harry James Potter, heir of the most ancient and most noble house of Black, slept for the first time in 4 years in a house that had, against all of its long, mean, blood-soaked instincts, decided to let him. Outside, over Islington, dawn was beginning to come up grey. Sirius did not sleep. He kept watch. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, the house that hates the owl that came to Andromeda Tonks's kitchen window at 5:15 in the morning was not one she recognized, and the seal on the parchment it carried she had not seen pressed in 3 years and could not, for one cold half-second, place. She had to set down her teacup before she could open it. She read the 4 lines twice. She set the parchment beside her cup. She put her face in both hands. "Ted," she said. Wake up. We have a problem." Her husband, who had learned in 15 years of marriage that, "we have a problem," from his wife meant something to do with her family, sat up in bed with the resignation of a man who has just been told a very large bird has landed on the roof and the roof is on fire. What's he done? He's gone and got the boy. There was a silence in which Ted Tonks ran through the list of boys his wife's cousin might plausibly have got, and arrived, with a feeling of mild dread, at the only one that could matter at this hour. Harry? Harry. Out of Petunia's house. He wants a healer at first light, a solicitor by lunch, and our daughter to come and meet him. Bloody hell. That's about right, yes. Andromeda Tonks, born Andromeda Black, who at 46 still wore her dark hair pinned high in the manner her mother had not approved of and her own daughter had not inherited, stood up from the kitchen table and went to the back door, and called over the wet morning lawn for an owl of her own. She wrote 3 letters as the kettle whistled. The first was to healer Tilda Smethwick at St. Mungo's, who owed her 4 favors and at least 1 whole afternoon. The second was to Cygnus Greengrass's solicitor cousin, who had been Sirius's roommate for 1 term in 2nd year and had remained, for reasons that had baffled Andromeda for 2 decades, fond of him. The third was to Nymphadora. It said, "Get up, get dressed, come home. Your second cousin needs to meet a small boy. Bring chocolate." Then she went and put on her traveling cloak. She did not, for one moment, consider letting her sister's son's son sit alone in Grimald Place a minute longer than he had to. At Grimald, the morning came up slow. Sirius had not slept. He had not, in fact, sat down for more than 5 minutes since putting Harry to bed. He had been moving through the house with a wand in his hand, a candle in the other, and a methodical, almost military, focus that he had not used on number 12 since the night he had moved out at 16. He stripped the cursed mistletoe from the morning room. He ripped down the hallway runners that had carried hexes in their warp since his great-grandfather. He bound, very carefully, the silver tongue of the salt cellar that ate the fingers of children who reached for it. He locked the 3rd-floor study with a triple-keyed ward and threw the keys, all 3, into the kitchen fire. He did all of this in a tight, terrible silence, because the boy was sleeping and the boy was going to wake up in a house that did not bite, even if the house had to lose 2 front teeth. Around 6 he stood in the hallway with his hands on his hips and his hair in his eyes, and he looked at the great velvet curtains that hid his mother's portrait by day, and he said, "Mother." The curtains twitched. He pulled them back himself. Walburga Black, in oils, looked tired. Painted people did not get tired, but Walburga had always been an exception to portraiture. She sat in her painted chair with her painted hands in her painted lap, and she watched her son in a way she had not, when alive, ever managed. "Sirius. I have a list." "Naturally. You will hold your tongue when the boy is in this house. You will not speak to him until I give you leave. You will not curse, threaten, insult, instruct, or address him in any way, by name or otherwise, while he is in earshot. When I do give you leave to speak to him, you will speak to him as you would have spoken to Bellatrix when she was 4. Are we clear?" She considered this. She did not, this morning, fight him. He understood, suddenly, why he had felt it last night when the magic had drawn its long breath and chosen the boy. The portrait had felt it too. The portrait had been there when the magic had chosen. "And in return," she said. "In return I will not have you taken down and put in the attic. You would not dare." "I would, Mother. Today. This morning. Before breakfast. Try me." A silence. "What do you want from me, then, she said. I want what you already are. I want a black matriarch in this hall. I want anybody who walks through that front door, healer, solicitor, my cousin's husband, my cousin's pink-haired child, eventually that meddling old man, to know they have entered a house with a lord and a lady. The boy will, in due course, know who you were. He will know our line. He will know why we are what we are. He will not know it from a corner of an oil painting that screeches at him because his mother was Muggle-born. He will know it from a portrait of his great-aunt who had the dignity to behave as such. Do you understand me? She stared at him. She did not, for some seconds, answer. Then she said, in a very different voice, has anyone ever told you, Sirius, that you sound like your father? Frequently. You did not used to take it as a compliment. I'm older. Yes, she said. You are. A pause. Very well. I accept your terms. Thank you, Mother. Do not thank me. Run the house properly and we shall not have this conversation again. He let the curtains fall. He stood in the hallway for one long second with his hands shaking, because he had just out-bargained Walburga Black before breakfast, and the part of him that had been 10 years old felt, foolishly, that his hair was about to be set on fire. Nothing happened. The hall was quiet. Above him, on the second-floor landing, a small voice said, Sirius? He was up the stairs 2 at a time. Harry stood in the doorway of the nursery in one of Regulus's old nightshirts, which was 3 sizes too big and trailed past his bare feet. His hair was on end. He was holding the broken-armed soldier in his fist. He looked, Sirius thought, like a small green-eyed pirate ghost. You're up early, cub. There's a snake in my window. Sirius's heart did a thing. Show me. Harry led him by the hand back into the room and pointed solemnly at the leaded panes. There, coiled along the inside of the sill, was a small black and gray adder, no bigger than a bracelet, its head raised and its tongue flickering at the boy with what looked, to Sirius's professional eye, like polite interest. It came up the wall, Harry said, in a tone that was not quite afraid. It said hello. Did it now? Yes. It said, you smell like a black. Sirius stood very still. And what, he said, carefully, did you say to it? I said, I am one. I think. A pause. Was that wrong? Was it a wrong thing to say? No, Sirius said, after a moment in which he had to do something quick with his face. No, cub. It wasn't wrong. It was very right. Did it tell you its name? It said its name was, Harry made a small low hiss with his tongue against his teeth. I can't say it the right way. Can you understand what it said? Yes. Sirius sat down on the edge of the bed. He looked at the small dark head and the small green eyes, and the small pale finger pointed solemnly at the snake. He looked at the snake. The snake, very politely, had not moved. Harry, he said. There's a thing some wizards can do. Most of us can't. It's a gift that comes through the blood. The Blacks have had it on and off for 1,000 years. It is called Parseltongue. It means you can talk to snakes. Oh. Some people think it makes a wizard bad. Those people are stupid. It's a gift. You will learn what to do with it, and you will not be ashamed of it. Do you understand? Yes. What is the snake doing in the window? I think she lives behind the wall, Harry said, with the unself-conscious authority of a 4-year-old who has, in the last 30 seconds, become his household's foremost herpetologist. She says there are mice. She says the mice are getting bold. She wants to know if I will let her hunt in the kitchen. Tell her yes, Sirius said. Tell her she has the freedom of the house. Tell her if she meets a black house elf in the kitchen at night, the elf is mine and not to be bitten. Tell her her name in the house is Sybil from now on, because we are not going to keep saying that and getting it wrong. Harry hissed all of it gravely at the snake. The snake hissed back. The snake then unwound itself from the sill, dropped 6 inches to the floorboards with a small dry sound, and slid into the gap between the wainscot and the floor with the air of an honored guest taking her leave. "She likes Sybil," Harry reported. "Good. Sirius. Do you have a snake?" "I have a dog, mostly. I'll show you, another day. Come on. Breakfast." He had not, in fact, planned breakfast. Breakfast turned out to be Creature's project, and Creature, having sat up most of the night staring at the wall and adjusting to a new universe, had decided that breakfast was the place to begin his adjustment. He had laid the long kitchen table for 2. There was porridge. There were eggs. There were 3 kinds of bread. There was a small bowl of strawberries that should not, in the first week of November, have existed anywhere on the British Isles. Sirius did not ask. Harry sat. Harry stared. "All this is yours," Sirius said, gently. "Pick what you like. Eat as much as you can hold. If you want more, there's more." "All of it?" "All of it." Harry ate. Andromeda arrived at 7. Healer Smethwick arrived 3 minutes after Andromeda. The solicitor, Mr. Greengrass, who turned out to be a thin, sandy man with a habit of folding his hat in half twice, arrived at 1:30. Nymphadora arrived at 8, in a crash of trunks and a pair of yellow boots she had bought to annoy her grandfather, with hair the color of pickled cabbage and an enormous bag of honeydukes wedged under one arm. "Sirius," said Andromeda, the moment she crossed the threshold, "where is he?" "Kitchen. Eating." "Has he eaten about half his weight in toast?" "Yes." "I'll take you down." He paused on the second stair. "Andy." I had to. I had to tonight." "I know." She put a hand, briefly, on his cheek. It was the hand of a woman who had not touched him in 3 years, and the touch went into him like a small, careful blade. "I'm very angry with you. I'll be angry with you later. Take me to him." In the kitchen, Healer Smethwick unrolled a small canvas of diagnostic charms across the table while Harry watched her with the wide, polite curiosity of a child who has decided that wizards are interesting and that adults running hot strands of light over you is, presumably, what wizards do. Andromeda sat to one side, in a chair pulled close, and watched the healer's face. The healer's face did several small specific things over the half-hour she worked. Sirius watched the healer's face in turn. By the end of it Andromeda had her mouth in a very straight line and Sirius's wand hand was, very quietly, on the table where everybody could see it was empty. Smethwick rolled the canvas back up. She gestured Sirius and Andromeda toward the corridor with one stiff finger. Nymphadora, her hair now tactfully gray, gravely produced a chocolate frog from her bag and slid it across the table to Harry, who looked at her as if she had produced a small dragon. "It moves," Tonks said. "Why?" "Because that's how we do it." "Oh." In the corridor, Healer Smethwick spoke quietly and did not waste her words. "Malnutrition. Not severe enough to be permanent if I start him this morning. 6 older fractures, all healed badly without setting. 2 ribs, 1 ankle, 3 fingers. Burns on the forearms. The shoulder I can already see. Subdural, no subdural. But the magical core is very large for his age, Mr. Black. Very large. And it has been," she paused. "It has been compressed. Compressed. Whoever was raising him was, knowingly or not, suppressing him." She hesitated. The accidental magic of a child his age, in his circumstance, would have, there should be records. Fires. Furniture moved. The neighbor's dogs misbehaving. Things. I would expect at least 3 ministry obliviation runs by his 4th birthday if he was raised in a Muggle environment with that kind of core and that kind of treatment. There will be records. And there are not. There are not. I checked before I came. There is not a single trace flag against this child's name. Sirius and Andromeda looked at each other. Somebody, Sirius said, slowly, has been keeping a lid on him. Somebody has been keeping a lid on him from the wards outward, yes. Dumbledore, Andromeda said, very quietly. I do not name names, said Healer Smethwick, who did not need to. I will give you potions for the malnutrition and a regimen for the cores to uncrumple. He will need to be allowed to do small magic without anybody flinching at him. Burst a glass. Float a feather. Lose his temper a little. The compression is on him, releasing it will be him. Are you fit to manage that, Mr. Black? Yes. You haven't slept. I will. Mr. Black. I will, Tilda. She looked at him. You are a different man this morning than you were yesterday, she said. Make sure that is the man who raises him. Yes, ma'am. She left. The solicitor was next. Mr. Greengrass folded his hat in half a second time and set it on the side table and produced, from the inside pocket of his robes, a sheaf of pre-charmed parchments that suggested he had done a great deal of work between the moment Andromeda's owl had reached him and the moment he had crossed the threshold. Lord Black, he said, you are technically a fugitive. Hello, Cygnus. I will pretend not to have noticed for the duration of this meeting. 2 questions. The first, did you, formally, by oath, speech, and family magic, name Harry James Potter your heir last night, in this house, before the boy ate a meal here? I did. About midnight. Good. The black tapestry will already have shifted. The Wisengamot will receive notice on its own, by compulsion of the ancient house's statutes, at the next sitting. The second question, are you also, under the terms of James Potter's will, willing to be invoked as the boy's magical guardian under the Potter line? James named me. Yes. The will was, however, sealed by the chief warlock following Mr. and Mrs. Potter's deaths, on the grounds of the principal beneficiary's minority and the principal guardians, as he was then framed, incarceration. The seal expires the first instant the named guardian is at large, of sound mind, and able to produce the Potter family ring. I have the ring. Good. Show it to me. Sirius reached into the inside pocket of his coat, withdrew a small velvet pouch, and tipped a heavy gold ring set with a small, dull garnet onto the kitchen table. The ring sat there for 1 quiet second and then, of its own accord, rolled 3 inches to the left and stopped, as if it had been pointed at something. Sirius looked across at the kitchen door. Harry, who had heard adult voices and had come to investigate, was peering around the frame with a chocolate frog in one hand and Tonks's sleeve in the other. The ring leaned, very slightly, toward him. Then it rolled back to center and was still. Ah, said Mr. Greengrass. He picked up the ring. He set it down again. He sighed. Cygnus? Lord Black, that ring is not yours. It's James's. It is not yours. I know it isn't, I mean, Cygnus said, with the precise dryness of a solicitor about to enjoy himself, that as of last night, when the magic of the House of Black accepted that boy as your heir presumptive, the Potter ring on your person ceased to be in your custody and became in your trust. The boy is, by the same act, heir of Potter and heir of Black simultaneously. There is precedent. Not much. 3 cases since 1502. I will draw up the documentation. The Potter seat at the Wisengamot is not voted by you in your own right, it is voted by you as regent, on his behalf and answerable to him at majority. The Black seat is yours. 2 seats, both bound to this child. Both yours to manage until he comes of age. Are we agreed? We are agreed. Sign here. And here. And here. Sirius signed. The parchments sealed themselves with a small dry hiss and folded into an envelope and slid, on their own, back into Mr. Greengrass's pocket. "Lord Black," said Mr. Greengrass, putting his hat back on. "A small word, off the record. Yes. I do not love your family. I attended your house at school under sufferance. I am, however, very glad you went and got him. If anyone with an Aurors badge ever asks me where you were last night, I will tell them you were at my dining room table eating my wife's terrible cocoa vin. Do not, please, contradict me. I would not dream of it. Give my regards to Aurelia. I shall tell her you said her cooking is improving. Good morning, Lord Black." The solicitor left. Sirius leaned, briefly, against the kitchen door frame, and laughed for the first time in 4 years, and Andromeda Tonks, unforgivably, cried. When Andromeda had got herself back in hand she came and sat opposite him at the table. Tonks had taken Harry up to the library to show him moving books, on the strict instruction that the cabinet on the third shelf was sealed and not to be opened on pain of death. The library at Grimmauld was 3 stories tall and built into the side of the house the way a snail builds a shell into itself. The shelves leaned. The ladders ran on a brass track that did not, despite 2 centuries of complaints, ever quite squeak. There were books on the lower shelves that Tonks had been allowed to read at 6. There were books on the upper shelves, behind glass, that she had not been allowed to read at 16 and was, at 21, still slightly afraid of. She steered Harry to the lower shelves. "Right," she said. "Pick one. Any from these 3 rows. Don't go up the ladder. The ladder bites." "The ladder bites?" "Long story. Do not test it." Harry walked the length of the lower shelf with the careful, considered tread of a child who has been given, perhaps, his first ever choice about an object in a room. He passed a book on the migration habits of African auguries. He passed a small green volume titled Heraldry for Honorable Children. He stopped, finally, in front of a thick burgundy book whose title he could not read, because it was in Latin, but which was bound in such soft worn leather that he wanted to put a cheek against it. He pointed. "That one." Tonks pulled it down. "Bestiarium Magicum." She set it on the small table by the window. The book opened of its own accord to a page about Krupps, where a small black 2-tailed dog ran in a tight figure 8 in a square of woodcut, biting at its own back legs. Harry put his face about 3 inches above the page and watched the woodcut Krupp in absolute silence for 2 minutes. "Tonks. Can I have one?" "Probably not. Cousin Sirius will say no." "We can ask." "What about the snake? Does she like dogs?" "Sybil seems easygoing." "What is your hair?" "Hair. It was pink. And now it's gray, because that nice healer was looking at you and pink hair is rude in front of a healer. Watch." She looked at him sideways. She thought, for a moment, of nothing in particular, except how serious he was. Her hair, on its own, dropped from gray through brown into the same untidy black as his. Harry stared. "Is that my hair?" "It's me wearing your hair, kiddo. I'm a metamorphmagus. It runs in the family. Maybe 1 in 8 blacks. It hasn't shown up in anyone for 2 generations. It might show up in you. Probably won't. Either way, you've got the blood for it. Can you do," he hesitated. "Can you do feet?" "Feet?" "The toes." "Oh, hell yes I can do toes." Tonks kicked off one yellow boot and waggled her foot at him. The toes were, suddenly, twice as long. She waggled them. They were now the toes of a particularly imaginative goblin. Harry laughed so hard he had to sit down on the carpet, and Tonks, for the first time since pulling him out of the kitchen, allowed herself to feel very gently, fiercely, savagely glad that her grandmother had hated her mother enough to throw her mother out, because if Andromeda had stayed obediently in the family, she, Nymphadora, would not have been here today to make a 4-year-old laugh at her toes. "Come on," she said, when he was breathing again. "Bring the book. We'll find your Sirius." He brought the book. They went down the stairs together, and she had to slow her step to his on every other tread, and she did not mind it once. "Sirius. You cannot stay in Britain." "I know. They will find you. Crouch will find you. Dumbledore will find you, if he doesn't already know. The wards on the cottage and Petunia's hedge will have unwound themselves the moment you took the boy, and there will already be a phoenix on someone's windowsill." "I had been thinking that. You have a house in the Bouches du Rhône that hasn't been lived in since your grandfather's mistress died. You have a manor in Bavaria your great-aunt forgot to register. You have a tower outside Florence that you stayed in for 2 months in 6th year and which Doria Black left, very specifically, to whoever could find it. You have, in short, options. I had been thinking Florence." "Do not think Florence. Sirius. Listen to me. A small dark-haired English boy in the Tuscan summer is conspicuous. Bavaria is conspicuous. The Bouches du Rhône is, actually, the Bouches du Rhône is not the worst. But none of those are right." "What is right?" "Ardèche. There is a black estate in the Ardèche. It is not on any tapestry. Grandmother Cassiopeia bought it from a French line that died out. It has been in the family for 90 years and the black family magic has been in its stones for 40. The nearest village does not know it is there. There is a one tutor in Lyon who is loyal to my husband for reasons I am not telling you. There is a dueling master in Aix who taught me, who taught Bellatrix, and who is not afraid of either of us. The villages around will not flinch at a man with a dog and a small boy. You will, for 2 or 3 years, become Padfoot Black, the eccentric Englishman with the godson, the dog, and the temper. By the time anybody knows where you have gone, the boy will be 7 and trained and the magic will be in him so deep no one will be able to take him out of you." "Yes?" Sirius looked at his cousin. He had not, in his life, met anyone whose plans were as good as Andromeda's plans. "Andy." "What?" "I cannot pay you for this." "I know that. I'm not asking. I'm telling. Pack a trunk. I will arrange the portkey for tomorrow. I will tell Ted what I am doing on the train home. I will tell my Tonks. We will manage Crouch. I expect you back in Britain in 2.5 years, with that boy speaking 3 languages, dueling at the lower 4th level, and able to cast a Patronus." "Yes?" "Yes." "Yes what?" "Yes, Andy." "Good." She stood up. She looked, for a moment, exactly like the painting of Walburga upstairs and not at all like her, both at once. "Sirius. You did not name him alone last night. The magic chose him before you spoke. You felt it. I felt it from my kitchen. Mother, in her tower in hell, will have felt it. The line wanted him. You were the conduit. Don't be stupid about that." "I won't." "Good." She went upstairs to fetch her daughter. She came down with her daughter on one hip, metaphorically, and Harry on the other. Harry's hair was slightly green around the ends, where Tonks had put a small experimental finger on his head while explaining what a metamorphmagus was. Tonks was looking, for her, abashed. "It comes off in a bath," she said. "Mostly. It is fine, Tonks." "Sorry, cousin Sirius." "Tonks. Look at me." She looked at him. "You are about to be entrusted with a small task. The small task is this. For the rest of your life, you and this boy are going to be allies. He has not had any. You have not had a great many. I am giving you the second cousin you have always wanted on the condition that you treat him as if he is a small, bruised, stubborn, very brave version of you, because in most ways he is. Yes? Yes, cousin Sirius, said Tonks, going pink. Good. Take him into the drawing room. Show him the dog. He turned, on the spot, where he stood, into the great, shaggy, black, bear-sized animal that he had been at school, and that he had not been since the night of October the 31st, 1981. Harry, in the kitchen doorway, with a chocolate frog still in one fist, made a sound that Sirius heard from inside the dog and would carry, he thought, to the hour of his death. It was the sound a child makes when he has been waiting for a long time without knowing what for, and the thing he was waiting for has just walked into the room. Padfoot, Harry whispered. The dog stared. Sirius, behind the dog's eyes, stared. There was no possible way the boy could have known the name. James had been laughing in his nursery, 4 years ago, and using it in the middle of a story. The dog crossed the kitchen on 3 steps. The dog put a great black head, very carefully, very gently, into the lap of a 4-year-old boy, who sat down hard on the kitchen floor under the weight of him and put both small arms around the great black neck, and laughed. He laughed the way Sirius had not heard a child laugh in 4 years. The dog rolled, on the kitchen floor, on his back, in a way the great Sirius Black had not rolled in front of anyone since 7th year. The boy, with both small fists in the deep ruff of his neck, hung on. The dog let him. The dog, at the end, lay flat on his side with the boy's head against his ribs and his tail thumping a slow, patient, reliable beat against the flagstones. You smell like the rug, Harry observed. The dog made a noise that was unmistakably a laugh. Andromeda Tonks looked at her cousin, who was a dog, and her cousin's godson, who was a boy, and she put her hand very firmly on Tonks's elbow and steered Tonks out of the kitchen, because some things were not for cousins in their 20s to interrupt. That afternoon, while Sirius slept finally for 2 hours on the drawing-room sofa with a blanket over him, that creature had laid there grumbling, Andromeda took Harry upstairs to the long gallery on the 3rd floor, where the black tapestry hung on the wall like a great, slow, breathing thing. She showed him his place on it. She showed him the small new gold thread that had appeared at the top of the page in the night, joining a thin line off Sirius Black's name to a name that had not been there yesterday and was there now. The tapestry was the height of 3 men and the width of a barn door, and Harry stared up at it with the level concentration of a small explorer surveying a country. There were faces stitched in. There were small worked silver boxes around the names of those who had died well, and small worked black boxes around the names of those who had been blasted off and restitched. There were burns in the cloth where Walburga had taken a hot poker to a name she had decided she did not want to look at any longer. Her, Harry said, pointing. Andromeda Black. That is me. You have a hole. Yes. Mother burned me out when I was 19. I came back. Why did you come back? Because the family is not the people who burned me. The family is older than them. The family is the cloth. The cloth chose me again 3 years later. Quietly. While Mother was sleeping. Oh. Look up here. That is your mother. Harry's small face did a thing. He had not, Andromeda realized, ever been shown a picture of Lily Potter in his life. He looked at the woven face for a long minute. She has my eyes. You have her eyes. The other way round, sweetheart. She had them first. Oh. Here is your father. Black hair like yours. Like Sirius's. Different eyes. The Potter line married into the Blacks 2 generations ago, that thread there, see, the silver gold one, which is part of why our magic agreed to take you. You are us already. Your great-grandmother on your father's side was a Black. Sirius said. Sirius is not always wrong about things. Andromeda. Can you put my mother and my father here? In a frame? On a wall? Andromeda was quiet for a moment. Yes, she said. Yes, sweetheart, I can do that. I will do that. By the end of the month, somewhere in this house, your mother and your father will be on a wall where you can find them, and where you can talk to them, and where you can show them how tall you are getting. Yes? Yes. Good. Come on. Let us go and see your Sirius. Harry James Potter, Black, the tapestry said. There you are, Andromeda told him, gently. That's you. That's where you live now. It's gold, Harry said. Yes. Why is it gold? The other lines aren't gold. She thought about how to answer that. She thought about it for a long time. Because the family chose you, sweetheart, she said at last. Most of us are born here. You were chosen. The gold means you were chosen and the family knew. Oh. Are you all right, Harry? Yes. Are you sure? I have a bed, he said, with the slow grave seriousness of a child reciting a list of impossible blessings. I have soup. I have a snake. I have a dog. I have a Sirius. I have a cousin Tonks. I have a, you. I have a tapestry. And I have not been put in a cupboard. No, sweetheart. Not ever again. He put one small hand against the gold thread of his name on the tapestry. The thread, very faintly, glowed under his palm. It's warm, he said. It knows you. Oh. Come on. Let's go and see your Sirius. He's been asleep long enough. That night, while Harry slept upstairs in the cot in the nursery with the broken-armed soldier in one fist and Sybil the snake coiled, by invitation, on the rug at the cot's foot like the world's smallest watchdog, Sirius and Andromeda sat at the kitchen table over the last of the fire whiskey, and they planned a journey. They planned the route. They planned the cover. They planned the schoolmasters and the wand tutors and the dueling master and the herbologist who would come up from Marseille once a quarter to teach a small boy how to coax a snapdragon. They planned the books. They planned the funds. They planned the lies to tell the ministry, and the lies to tell Dumbledore, and the longer, kinder lies to tell the boy himself about why his godfather looked over his shoulder twice every time they crossed a public square. At the end of it Andromeda said, Sirius. You will train him. I know. You will train him properly. Not the way Mother trained us. Not the cruel way. The good way. The way Cygnus's father trained me. Letters first. Languages. Latin. French. German. Theory. Potions theory. Wand theory. Then dueling. Then, politics. He must know the Wiesengemot the way you know the dog you are. He must know where the sacred 28 stand and why they stand there. He must know which families to court and which to bind and which to break. You will teach him to be the head of 2 houses. He will be 11 before you let him near Hogwarts. He will be, by then, what we should have been if our mothers had been kinder. Yes? Yes. You will not be cruel to him. Andy. I am saying it because somebody has to. You were, last night, in that Muggle house, the most dangerous version of yourself you have been since the war. You will be tempted, in the next 5 years, to use that man on him as a teacher. You will not. You will use the man James knew. Yes? Yes, Andy. Good. She finished her drink. She stood up. She kissed her cousin on the forehead, the way she had not kissed him since he was 7 and she was 11, and she went home through the fire to her husband. Sirius sat in the kitchen for an hour. He listened to the house. The house, in its own old, tired, mean way, was quiet in a way it had not been quiet in his lifetime. Somewhere on the 2nd floor a small boy turned in his sleep and said something soft and unintelligible. Somewhere in the wainscot a small black and gray snake hunted a mouse and caught it. In the entrance hall, behind the velvet, Walburga's portrait closed her painted eyes. Sirius poured the last of the fire whiskey down the kitchen sink. He went upstairs. He sat in the chair beside the cot. He put one hand on the cot rail. "Right, Prongs," he said softly, to no one. "I have him. I have him. Now we begin." Outside, over Islington, the second dawn of Harry James Potter's new life began to come up grey, and behind the curtains of number 12, Grimmauld Place, the Black family magic, which had for 1,000 years done only as it was bid by men and women crueler than it, settled, very quietly, around the small dark head on the pillow upstairs, and stood watch. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Heirs Lessons. The estate in the Ardèche stood on a south-facing shoulder of limestone above a valley where the river ran the color of old jade and where the wind in the chestnut trees, in late spring, sounded like a great quiet conversation about nothing in particular. The local people called the house La Belle Tante, the beautiful aunt, because the woman who had built it had been a beautiful aunt of a good local family in the 1880s and had not been welcome in the village proper. The Black family had bought it from her son in 1894 and had let it fall, gracefully, into the kind of disrepair that suited a house owned by people who lived in another country. Sirius had spent 6 months bullying the masons out of Privet and another 4 bullying the gardener out of his own retirement, and by the end of Harry's 5th year of life La Belle Tante had a working aqueduct, a working kitchen, working chimneys in 7 of its 9 rooms, a working library, a working laundry, a working potion still in the cellar, and a dueling salon on the roof that could not be seen from the village because Sirius had paid an Italian charm mage 2,000 galleons to convince the air above it not to be looked at. Harry, at 6, had grown 2 inches and put on a stone and a half. He had also, in the small grave way that became his way for the rest of his life, learned the difference between the verb amare and the verb aimer, learned to count to 100 in 3 languages, learned to say no to a tutor in a way that did not get him hit, and learned, by careful nightly experiment, to make a small green flame appear on the end of his thumb without singeing himself. "Brace your wrist," Sirius said, on a hot Tuesday morning in June. "Not from the elbow. From the wrist. Yes. Now, stupefy. Try again. The vowel. Stupefy. Once more, slow. The ee at the end. Don't let it go nasal. Stupefy. Better. Cast it." The dueling salon on the roof had a Roman quality to it that Sirius had not quite intended and did not, when it had revealed itself in the building, do anything to suppress: bare flagstones, a low parapet, a bronze quarter circle of a sundial set into one corner. The dummy at the far end was a wooden Auror torso on a swivel base, a present from Andromeda the previous Christmas, with a small enchanted parchment heart pinned to its chest. When the heart turned red, you had hit it cleanly. When it turned grey, you had not. Harry, feet apart, wand level, brace from the wrist as instructed, fired. The dummy's heart turned red. He looked at Sirius. Again, Sirius said. He did not smile. Sirius had learned in March of the first year here that praise from him made the boy fold up his shoulders in a small embarrassed way that he recognized, distantly, from his own childhood, and had decided, with great care, that he was going to give the boy as much praise as he could stand and not a drop more. From a step. As if you were running and had to stop to cast. Harry stepped, stopped, fired. Red. Again. 3 steps. 3 steps. Red. Again. 5 steps and a turn. 5 and a turn. Red. Show off, Sirius said. Harry, who knew this for a Black family compliment, beamed at his shoes and tried not to. Now, Sirius said. I am going to send 3 stunners at you. The wand tutor in Lyon thinks I am cruel for doing this with you at 6. I think he is a Frenchman with no imagination. You will not block. You will move. The salon is yours. The dummy is on a swivel. Use it. Yes? Yes, Padfoot. Sirius. In the salon. Padfoot is for downstairs. Yes, Sirius. Good. 3, 2, 1. The first stunner was a slow one and Harry stepped sideways and let it go past. The second was faster and Harry did the thing they had been working on, the small precise dropping bend at the knee that had been the chief project of his last 6 weeks, and the red bolt went over his head and broke a small chip out of the parapet behind him. The third was sneakier. Sirius had not aimed it at the boy. He had aimed it at the boy's shadow on the flagstones. Harry, without pausing to think, threw himself flat on the stones, rolled twice, came up behind the wooden torso of the dummy, fired one stupefy from cover round the dummy's hip, and missed by less than a foot. Sirius lowered his wand. Cub. Yes, Sirius? Who taught you to use cover? Nobody. You rolled twice. It is what dogs do, Harry said, with some dignity, when something they cannot see is throwing things at them. Sirius laughed for the first time that morning. He laughed in the open, head back, the way he had used to laugh in the common room at 16, the way he had not laughed in the 4 years before he had taken the boy out of Privet Drive. The dueling salon, which had built itself to acoustics that were generous to laughter and stingy to screaming, gave it back to him. Inside, he said. Lunch. After lunch, Latin. Then we are going to the village to buy bread, and the woman in the bakery is going to ask you in French how old you are, and you are going to answer her in French without crowing about it. Yes? Yes, Sirius. Good. Race you down. He turned, on the spot, into the great shaggy black dog, and bolted for the spiral stair that fed off the salon. Harry, with a small whoop, ran after him. The bakery in Saint-Genest-de-Beauzon stood opposite the war memorial and shut for 2 hours every afternoon, like every reasonable building in the southern half of France. The baker's wife, Madame Choquet, had over the past 2 years adopted Sirius and Harry the way a tough farm cat adopts a tolerable kitten. She scolded both, fed them above market weight, and was the only person in the village who had once, in the boy's hearing, called the Englishman El Uncle and not the more usual Le Sorcier Simpa, the friendly wizard, which the village had decided he was without ever quite seeing him do magic. She came round the counter on the bell. She put both red hands on the boy's small shoulders and shook him gently in greeting. Bonjour, mon brave. Tu as quel âge aujourd'hui? 6 ans, madame. 6. Mon Dieu. Tu grandes comme un cep. Idi tu sce qui en prend pour el oncle? Un fugace ux olives sal vous plate, idi un pain de seagull, idi sce que vous avez encore les petits sables au citron de mardi? En adieu. Pour toi et pour ton oncle. Ne le dis pas à la dame que les valait, hein? Promise, madame. Madame Choquet beamed at Sirius over the boy's head. Sirius, who at 30 had the eyes of a man 4 years older than he should have been and the deep tan of someone who had spent 2 years walking up a French river daily, beamed back. He paid in francs. He paid the right amount. He had not, in 2 years, slipped and offered a galleon, although he had nearly done it once at a particularly distracting moment with a cheese vendor in Aubenas. Outside, on the cobbles, Harry tore the corner off the fougasse and ate it with the slow, methodical concentration of a child who took bread very seriously. He passed the second corner up to Sirius, who took it. You spoke politely. Yes. You did not crow. You said not to. You used the conditional in sce que vous avez encore. That is good French. Where did you get it from? From Maître Lavoisier. On Tuesday. He said the conditional is for asking nicely. He is right. Sweets bought in the conditional taste better. Carry the rye. Don't drop it. The tutor in Lyon arrives at 4 and we are doing wand theory. Maître Lavoisier was a thin, cheerful, bald man of 52 who came up from Lyon by apparition once a week, had once been a private tutor to the second son of a French minister of magic, was discreet by nature and discreet by the size of the deposit Sirius's solicitor had placed with his bank, and had over the past year developed a quiet, slightly bewildered fondness for the small dark-haired English boy whose wandarm he was supervising. He had said to Sirius, in the kitchen, in March, with the air of a man saying something he was reluctant to, Monsieur Black. He is, for a 6-year-old, terrifying. Good, Sirius had said. I do not mean it as a compliment, monsieur. I know. I take it as one anyway. Continue. Lavoisier had continued. He had, that afternoon, given Harry a small bronze focus ring, a pre-wand teaching tool that French wizard children sometimes use to learn the geometry of a cast, and had set him a small puzzle of channeling fire through the ring without burning the silk it was hung from. Harry had got it on the third try and had then spent 20 minutes, of his own accord, learning to make the flame in the ring change shape into a small running horse. That, said Lavoisier, watching, is not what the ring is for. It is now, said Sirius, watching beside him, with a great deal more pride than he was willing to put into his face. Monsieur Black. Maître. He is going to be a duelist. Yes. He should not be. I know. It is not safe for a child to be a duelist. I know. Then, Maître Lavoisier, Sirius said, kindly, the day after you stop coming up from Lyon and teach him is the day he stops being a duelist. Until then, please continue. Yes? The Frenchman, who was a kind man and a brave one and had for 2 years been the one tutor Sirius could not afford to lose, looked at the small dark-haired boy making horses out of fire in his ring, and sighed, and said, yes, monsieur, and continued. After lunch, which Creature had laid in the kitchen because Creature had moved with them, sullen and devoted, and had over 2 summers of French market shopping become quietly, ferociously proud of his goat cheese, Andromeda's face appeared in the parlor fire. Sirius. Andy. You look tired. I am tired. What? Crouch. He is going to retire next year. The campaign for his replacement is starting in the corridor already. There are 3 plausible candidates. 2 are not friendly to us. One is. Tell me. Madame Bones. Sirius let out a long breath. Bones. Yes. Edgar's sister. Edgar's sister. She'll come at us straight. Straight, but fair. She does not want you in Azkaban. She wants the file closed. Veritaserum, 2 witnesses, a sealed acquittal, and a polite request that you remain on the continent for a year. I have spoken to her once, at a charity. I believe I can deliver this. I want to deliver it after she becomes director, not before. That is summer next year at the earliest. Andy. I am, when she becomes director, going to come home. Yes. With the boy. Properly. Through the front door. How is, Tonks is fine. Hair is mauve this week. She turned 18 Tuesday. Ted broke his thumb mending the gate. Mother in her painting is being unbearable about your absence and demanding to be brought to France for the summer, and I am pretending the channel is impassable to oils, which it is not, and which she knows. The ministry has not made any official noise about you in 2 months. The unofficial noise is, Dumbledore. He has been asking, Sirius. Quietly. Repeatedly. He asked Minerva. He asked the Order, what is left of the Order. He asked the Auror office. Bones told him to mind his own business, in considerably more polite words. He has not, yet, found you, but he knows the boy is alive and is not where he put him, and he is, patient. 12 months, 2 years, 3. He will keep looking. Let him. Sirius. Andy. He is not a bad man. I do not think he is a bad man. I think he is a man who has decided, on his own authority, that one boy is the price of an entire generation, and I think that is a very dangerous decision for one man to make alone. Yes. Be careful. Yes. How is the boy? He has begun to put on weight in his shoulders. He sleeps 8 hours. He hisses at Sybil in his sleep. He is fluent in conversational French and reading Cicero with the wand tutor, and this morning he ducked a stunner I had not telegraphed by going to ground behind cover. He is eating goat cheese. He is happy. Happy. Andy. He laughs. He laughs at the dog. He laughs at Creature. He laughs at me, when I do not know I am being laughable. He is, Sirius's voice went slightly off-key. He cleared his throat. He is a child, Andy. Good, she said. Her face in the green flame was, for a moment, very unguarded. Good. Then keep him being a child for as long as you can. The political part, you can teach when he is 8. Let him be 6. Yes. Tell him his cousin Tonk said happy birthday, last week, and is sorry the owl was late. He knows. Sirius. You are doing well. I am in a French farmhouse with a goat cheese habit and a wand. I am barely doing anything. Sirius. What? The Black family magic in that house has filled in, over the last year, 3 books on its own. He went still. 3? The library at Grimald. Cassiopeia's grimoire on the lower shelf. Aurelius's small leather book on the second shelf. Mother's, yes, Mother's old book of notes, on the third. They were all of them roughly half empty when you left, and they are at this hour all of them entirely full. The lines that have appeared in them are not in any hand I recognize. The magic of our line is writing into them, Sirius. It is writing for him. It is preparing him. Andy. That is unprecedented in my reading of the family records. I have looked. There is no Black in living memory or recorded one for whom the family magic has done that. Your mother used to say it would happen, one day, for the right heir. I thought she was being grand. She was not. What is in the books? I cannot read most of it. I have the gist of one section. It is a right. It is, Sirius. It is a right of recognition. It binds the heir to the house, deepens the claim, and, apparently, grants. Grants what, it is hard to say. Strength of core. Stability of mind. A degree of family memory. I do not know. When? It says, when he is 7. On a moon at the dark. With the hearthstones lit. I will read on. Do not, please, push me. I am not pushing you. Andy, go and rest. Get Ted to mend his thumb properly. Tell my Tonks I love her. Tell Mother I will come and visit her painting in the autumn. I will. Sirius. You will keep him being a child. Yes? Yes, Andy. The fire popped. The face went out. He sat for a long minute on the hearthstones with his hands in his hair. Then he stood up. He went and found Harry. Harry was in the orchard at the back of the house, sitting on a low branch of the largest cherry tree, with a copy of Cicero's De Amicitia in his lap and a small cloud of bees politely drinking the sweat off the warm stone wall behind him. He did not, when his godfather walked under the branch, look up. Cub. Down here. I am at the bit about hearts. Good. Down here anyway. Harry slid down the trunk like a particularly serious little monkey and stood barefoot on the flagstones, with the book under one arm. Yes, Sirius? Sit. On the wall. I have to tell you something serious. Harry sat. He set the book carefully on his knees. He looked up. The expression on his small face was the expression of a child who had heard something serious in his godfather's voice and had decided, all by himself, to be ready. Harry. Listen. There is a man. His name is Albus Dumbledore. He is the headmaster of the school you will go to one day. He is a great wizard. He is, in many ways, a good man. He is the wizard who was supposed to look after you when your father and your mother died, and he made a decision, the night they died, to put you with your Aunt Petunia, the way you remember. He made that decision because he believed it was the wisest decision. I do not believe it was. I believe it was a mistake. A serious mistake. But he believes it was the right one, and Sirius hesitated. He is the kind of man who, when he believes a thing is right, is very slow to change his mind. He put me in the cupboard. He did not, by his own hand. But yes. He arranged it that you should be in a place where the cupboard happened. Yes. All right. He is, your cousin Andromeda tells me, looking for us. He has been looking for us since the morning after I came and got you. He has not found us. He may, one day, find us. If he does, you will meet him. He will be kind to you. He will tell you stories about your father and mother. He will offer you sweets. He will do all of this because he wants you to like him, and because he wants you to come back to him. Will I have to? No. You will not have to. Oh. Good. Harry. Yes? I want you to listen to me very carefully. He is not a bad man. He is not the man who put you in a cupboard. But he is a man who, in a quiet, gentle, very kind way, is going to try, when he meets you, to take you out of my care, and away from this house, and away from my cousin Andromeda, and back to a place where he can decide what is good for you. He will not say it that way. He will say it as if he is offering you a gift. The gift will look like a gift. It will not be one. Yes? Yes. What you say to him, when you meet him, and you will meet him one day, is whatever you like. He is an old man. You will speak to him politely. You will not lie to him. But you will not, ever, agree to anything he asks of you without speaking to me first. Yes? Yes, Sirius. That is your first lesson in politics. It will not be your last. The rule is this: anybody, ever, in your life, who tries to give you something while looking at you, look at the other hand. Yes? Always, both hands. Always. Both hands. Yes. Good. He sat down on the wall beside the boy, and put one arm round the small shoulders, and the small shoulders leaned, immediately, comfortably, into him. Tell me about the bit on hearts. Cicero says you cannot make a friend out of someone who is not free. He says, friendship is for the free. He says friendship from a slave to his master is, I do not know the word. Servile. Servile. He says it is not friendship at all. Cicero is a snob and a windbag. But he is a snob and a windbag who happens to be right about that. Don't ever build a friendship on fear, Harry. Yours of theirs, theirs of yours. Ever. What about Creature? Sirius paused. Creature loves us because of an old contract that he did not get to choose. That is not friendship. We owe him kindness. We owe him because of that. Cicero would not have liked Creature. I like Creature. I know. Even when he calls me the small one in his nose voice. I know. He let me try the goat cheese first today. Before Sybil. That is high praise from him. Yes. A pause. Sirius. Will you teach me to be a friend to someone like a friend? Cicero's kind? Yes. Will you teach me to be friends with cousin Tonks? Tonks is already your friend, cub. You did not ask. She did. You agreed by agreeing. That is how it works with the right people. Oh. Good. They sat for a while on the wall. Below them, in the kitchen window, Creature was rolling out pastry with the kind of concentrated venom Creature applied to all small useful tasks. Behind them, in the orchard, Sybil the snake was hunting field mice in the long grass with the slow, professional lethality of a small woman in a black and gray dressing gown. Above them, on the roof of the salon, the wind was moving in a slow conversation with itself about nothing. Harry was warm against Sirius's side. Sirius could feel the small steady heartbeat of him, in the ribcage that had not been a ribcage 2 years ago, pumping quietly and reliably along. Sirius. I love you. He said it casually, the way only a child says it casually, looking out at the valley. Sirius's vision went, briefly, white. I love you too, cub, he said, when he could. Good. Yes. I am going to be very good when I grow up. You are very good now. No. Now I am only, small good. When I am big I am going to be, large good. And you are going to be very proud of me. I am very proud of you now. Then you will be even more. Yes. Sirius. Will you teach me a clemency now? He had not been ready for that. Where, he said carefully, did you hear that word? In Cassiopeia's grimoire. The one in the library. It opened by itself. 2 days ago. It said I should ask you. I did not show Creature because Creature would have screamed. Did the book have a hand? On the page? Yes. Yes. A small old one. Like the gardener's. Very thin. It wrote a whole page in front of me and the page said I should ask you to teach me to put doors on my mind because there is a man who will come and look in it. Sirius sat very still. Cub. Listen. Before I answer that, when did the book first open? The afternoon you bought it home from Cousin Andromeda's last summer. I was reading on the rug. It opened on its own and it said, hello, kindred. I thought everyone's book said that. Sirius, I am sorry, you are not in trouble. You are not in trouble, Harry. Listen. The book talks to you because the magic of our family has decided, this last year, that you are, special to it. I have only just been told. It is good news. It is also a very large thing. Do you understand me? Yes. You will tell me, every time, what books say to you. Yes? Even the ones you think are silly. Yes? Yes. And as for a clemency, yes. We will start tomorrow. I will not teach you with, the way I was taught it. I was taught it badly. We will do it as the book wants you taught. Good. They began a clemency the next morning before breakfast. Sirius had thought about it the whole night. He had thought about Walburga's lessons, which had been the application of the Cruciatus in graded doses to teach a child not to flinch. He had thought about Bellatrix, who had been turned into Bellatrix in a year of those lessons. He had thought about Andromeda's letter and about the small old hand in Cassiopeia's grimoire that had told the boy to ask for doors. He had decided he was going to teach it as if the mind were a house. Sit, he said. On the rug. Cross-legged. Yes. Close your eyes. No, don't squeeze them, let them shut. Yes. Now. Inside your head, Harry, you have a house. Everybody has one. You have walked in yours every night of your life. You did not know you were walking in it. Most people do not. We are going to walk in yours, today, and we are going to put a door on the front of it. Yes? Yes, Sirius. Tell me what your house looks like. My house? Inside your head. Don't think about it. Tell me the first thing you see when you put yourself inside it. Harry, in the long pause that came next, did not speak. His small face went very still in the way that meant he was, for once, not concentrating but only seeing. It is a kitchen, he said, slowly. A big kitchen. Like Grimald. It is warm. There is a long table. There is a fire. Good. Stay in the kitchen. Look at the table. What is on it? Bread. Cheese. A flower. A red flower. A lily. Sirius, on the rug across from him, did something quick with his face that the boy did not see. Good. Look at the door of the kitchen. The door that leads out into the rest of the house. Tell me about it. It is open. Yes. We are going to shut it. In a moment. First, look at the wall. Tell me. What is on the wall above the fire? A black dog. A picture of a dog? Like a brass plaque. With a dog in it. Lying down. With one eye open. Good. That is me. That is also you. That is the part of the house that is on guard. We are going to leave the dog there. Now. Reach out, with the part of yourself that is you, in the kitchen, and put your hand on the door. Yes. Push it shut. It is heavy. That is good. Hard doors are good doors. Push it. Slowly. Do not strain. Push only as much as you can push without your stomach hurting. A long pause. It is shut. Lock it. There will be a lock. Find it. Turn it. Yes. Did it click? Yes. Good. He held out his wand hand, gently, and put 2 fingertips on Harry's forehead, with no more pressure than he would have used on a sleeping kitten. Now, and tell me, this is going to feel like a knock at the door, you will hear it in your kitchen, and when you hear it I want you to do nothing. You will not open the door. You will not look at it. You will sit at the table. You will look at the bread and the cheese and the lily. You will let the door knock. Yes? Yes. He cast legilimens, gently, only an inch under the surface of a 6-year-old. He felt a kitchen. He felt, quite distinctly, a long table with bread and cheese and a single red lily on it, and above the fire a small brass plaque of a black dog with one eye open. He felt a closed door. He pushed at the door, very politely. The door did not open. The dog on the plaque, very slowly, lifted its head. He withdrew. He opened his eyes. Harry, opposite him, was breathing through his nose with great concentration. There was a very small dot of blood on his lower lip where he had bitten it. Cub. Open your eyes. Harry opened his eyes. They were a little surprised. Did the door, it held. It held very well. You did not even look. The dog lifted his head at the knock. You did not. Do you know what that means? It means you have, this morning, in the first lesson, locked an occlumency door. It is a good door. It is built well. Most adults take a year. Some never get a door at all. Yes? Yes. Bleed? Yes. Harry licked his lip. He looked surprised. I bit it without meaning to. That is normal. You will not, after a month or 2 of these. Tomorrow we will put a door on the upstairs of your kitchen as well. The week after, we will give the dog his own collar and put his name on it. The week after that, we will start putting a small set of false rooms behind the door, full of harmless things, so anyone who knocks and who is rude enough to push past gets lost in your false rooms instead of finding your real ones. By the time you are 7 you will have an occlumency house better than mine. By the time you are 10 you will have one better than your mother's, and your mother had a very good one, the night she died. Yes? Yes. You are not afraid? Of the man who is going to come? Yes. No. Why not? Because if he comes, Harry said, with the simple, ferocious clarity of a 6-year-old, you will be there. Sirius, on the rug, had to look at the window for a moment. Yes, he said. Yes, cub. I will. He looked down. The small face under the dark hair was, for a moment, not quite the face of the small Harry he had brought out of the cupboard 2 years ago. It was the face the boy was going to grow into. It was, very faintly, James's grin without the laughter and Lily's eyes without the patience and a small hard quiet about the mouth that was, unmistakably, Sirius's own. Stop, Sirius said, gently. Stop what? Looking at me like that. You are 6. Look like a 6-year-old, please. The grown-up Harry is going to be alarming. Sorry, Sirius. It is all right. Go and find Creature and ask him to make you a tartine and then we will go to the village. Harry hopped off the wall, paused, came back, hugged him round the waist with a brief fierce effort, said, I love you, for a second time that day in the casual French he had been working on, je t'aime, parrain, and ran for the kitchen. Sirius sat on the wall for another minute. He looked at his hands. In the autumn of that year, the family magic finished writing the 7th book in the library at Grimmauld Place and began to write into the 8th, which was, when Andromeda checked, a small green volume on the upper shelf which had, until now, been entirely blank. She wrote to him in October and told him this. She also told him that the right of recognition the books described, for the 7-year-old heir on a dark moon at the hearthstones, was clearer than she had thought, and was, beautiful, and was, large. She thought it would change him. She thought it would change Sirius. She thought, in a very careful sentence of which Sirius read every word twice, that it might also change the house itself. He wrote back. He said, we will be there for it. Tell me when. She wrote, 12th of February. New moon. You have until then to make the boy ready. He set the letter on his desk in the library at La Belle Tante. He sat for a long time. He read the letter again. He thought about the books that were writing themselves under the empty rooms of his old house, 2 countries away, and about whose voices were going into them, and about which of his ancestors the family magic was, at any given hour, channeling for the boy who had, last night, at the dinner table, asked him, in a very level voice, whether he could begin reading black political history starting with the dissolution of the council in 1462. He had said yes. He had said yes because he had not, in that moment, been able to say anything else. He thought about that, yes, now and he wondered whether he had given the right one. The thought sat in him like a small cold pebble, the way the boy's "Boy is not my name" had once sat in him, 2 years and a great many morning meals ago. He drank his tea. He let the pebble sit. He decided, after a while, that the right answer to a child who asks for a book is yes, and that a child who asks for a black political history at 6 was a child who was going to ask for one whether you said yes to him or not. The trick was simply to make sure the child asking was still a child. He looked out at the valley, where a December rain was coming up the river and the chestnut trees were, today, talking about something quite specific. He stood. He went to find Harry. The boy was in the salon on the roof, alone, in a coat too big for him, casting lumos at the noon sun, a small private exercise he had begun over the summer to see how big a light he could throw, and sending up a steady, white, defiant thumbnail of brightness against the sky. Cub. Sirius? Come down. We have to go home. Home? Britain. For a week. In February. Cousin Andromeda has a thing for us at Grimmauld, and the magic of our family wants you for an evening, and we are going to do what it wants. Will it hurt? It will be like the night you and I made the promise. Bigger. Yes? Harry considered. Will the snake come? Sybil can come. Then yes. Good cub. Lumos off. Come down. We have 10 weeks to make a boy worthy of a right. Starting tomorrow, you do an hour of occlumency a day. You do an hour and a half of dueling. You read every book in the library that opens for you. You eat what creature gives you. You sleep 8 hours. You fight nobody in the village smaller than you. Yes? Yes. And you ride the broom Andromeda sent for your 6th birthday. It hurts my hands. It will hurt them less by February. I will fly with you. We will fly above the salon at night when the village is asleep. Yes? Yes. Good. He turned, on the spot, into the dog, and the small dark-haired boy with the wand still glowing white in his hand laughed and dropped the spell and chased him down the spiral stair, and the December wind in the chestnut trees said, very quietly, behind them, yes. In London, in the long gallery on the 3rd floor of number 12, Grimald Place, the gold thread of Harry James Potter, black on the family tapestry brightened, very slightly, all by itself. Walburga Black, in oils, behind her curtains, opened her eyes. She listened to the empty house. She listened to the books in the library on the floor below, which had been, all morning, quietly turning their own pages. She smiled. It was not a kind smile. Walburga had not, in life, ever quite managed kindness. But it was, for the first time on her painted face since the day she had been hung, a satisfied one. Soon, ere, she said, to the empty hall. The 8 elf heads on the wall, who had never moved unless they were watching a Potter come in or go out, did not move. But they watched. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Old Man's Visit. The owl arrived at La Belle Tante on a hot Wednesday in August, in the 3rd year of Harry's exile. Sirius was on the dueling salon roof when it came in. He saw it 3 valleys away because his eyes had got very good at noticing owls, and he watched it the whole way with the cold patient stillness of a man who has been expecting bad news for 36 months and would prefer it on a clear day. The owl was not French. The owl was a very large, very tired, snowy white tawny mix that he recognized the way one recognizes a relative one has not seen since the wedding of an aunt. It came over the chestnut trees, banked once around the roof, and dropped, with the manners of a being who has carried Hogwarts mail for 38 years, onto the parapet. It had a single envelope tied to its leg. The envelope was sealed in violet wax with a phoenix. Sirius put the wand in his pocket. He stepped to the parapet. He undid the cord. He took the letter without thanking the owl, because Hogwarts owls did not, on principle, take thanks from people Hogwarts owls were currently delivering to under sufferance. He read the letter. He read it twice. He went down the spiral stair to the kitchen. He found Harry, who was now 7.5 and 4 inches taller than he had been at 6 and reading, today, a small French novel that Madame Choquet had pressed on him, and Creature, who was scolding the goat in the backyard for some perceived slight on the goat's part. "Cub," Sirius said. "Sit. Creature. In here." The goat was forgotten. Creature came. "Headmaster Albus Dumbledore," Sirius said, holding up the letter, "is arriving here, by Portkey, the day after tomorrow at noon. He has done me the courtesy of writing in advance. He says he comes alone. He says he comes in peace. He says he asks only an hour of our time. He says he has news he wishes to bring me about my godson and information about my godson's scar." Harry put the book down on the kitchen table. "He found us. He found us. How? I do not know. I have my suspicions. Andromeda has been telling me for a year that the wards on this house could not, in the long run, hide us from him. He has, after all, been the headmaster of the school we will eventually have to send you to, and the school's records on you have begun, on their own, to write themselves into existence in the school's filing room." Sirius set the letter down. "It does not matter how he found us. It matters that he has, and that he is coming. We have until Friday at noon. Will you let him in?" "I will. Not because I want to. Because turning a man like Albus Dumbledore away at the door creates a different kind of trouble than letting him in. What do? We prepare. Creature, clean the salon downstairs as if my mother were coming to tea. Creature's silver. Creature's tea cakes. Walburga's china. We are going to receive him as Lord Black receives a man of high standing in his own house. We are not going to greet him as fugitives. Yes, master. Harry. Listen carefully. Yes, Sirius. You will sit with us. You will not leave the room. He will speak to me. He will speak to you. You will answer him politely. You will use my godfather, never my padfoot. You will not refer to your snake. You will not refer to the Black family magic. You will not refer to the books in the library at Grimmauld. You will not refer to your occlumency lessons. If he asks where you sleep, you will say in the room above the kitchen, which is the room above the kitchen. If he asks if you are happy, you will say I am happy. If he asks if you wish to come to England, you will say I am in England, when I am in England, and I am in France, when I am in France. Yes. He will, at some point, ask to look at you. He will not say it that way. He will smile, and he will offer you a sherbet lemon, and he will look you in the eye and you will feel a soft small push at the front of your house. You will keep the kitchen door shut. You will not even notice that you are keeping it shut. You will look at the lily on the table. You will let the dog watch the door. Yes? Yes, Sirius. Good. He will not push hard. He will not, in this house, in front of me, with my permission to enter explicit, push at all once he sees that you will not let him in. He will withdraw. He will say a thing to you about a stick of licorice. You will, for the rest of your life, remember that he tried. Yes. After he leaves we will do an hour of whatever you like. Even chess against Creature, although Creature cheats. Creature does not cheat. Creature anticipates. I am informed Creature anticipates. Yes. A small, tight smile. We will do that. Yes? Yes. He ruffled the boy's hair. He went and wrote the reply. The reply was short. Headmaster Dumbledore, you will be received at 12, on Friday, at the address you have evidently obtained. You will come unaccompanied. You will not apparate within the wards. The portkey will deposit you on the gravel of the front drive, and you will walk to the door, and you will knock. Lord Black. He sealed it. He gave it to the Hogwarts owl. The Hogwarts owl, with a baleful expression, picked it up and, after the last drink of water it was getting from this house, lifted off into the chestnut trees. That evening Sirius wrote a longer letter, by hand, to Andromeda. He told her what was coming on Friday. He told her the names. He asked her to bring Mr. Greengrass with her if she could stand the journey. He asked her to write, by flu, in advance to Bill Weasley at Gringotts and to confirm that the Cursebreaker would be available in December for what they had been quietly discussing for a year and could not, until now, formally book. He asked her, last and shortest, to come herself. He folded the letter without rereading it, because rereading letters to Andromeda made him want to add, every time, sentimental sentences about goat cheese that she would later mock. The owl that took it was their own, a small grey French screech owl Harry had named, with the unhelpful gravity of a 6-year-old, Maurice. Maurice took the letter without comment. Maurice was, like everyone in the household, accustomed by now to being given long letters at unusual hours. The next 2 days they ran drills. They ran drills the way Sirius had not run drills since 7th year. He sat in his godfather's chair in the parlor and he played, in turn, a Dumbledore who pressed and a Dumbledore who softened and a Dumbledore who used Walburga's voice and a Dumbledore who used Lily's voice and a Dumbledore who used James's voice. Harry, he said, in the slow warm voice he had been working on for an hour the night before, in front of a small mirror, until even Creature had come in to scowl, do you remember anything about your mother? Anything at all? Harry, on the chair opposite, in his acclimacy kitchen with the door shut and the dog watching, said, "I remember a green light, sir." And a voice. The voice was very kind. "Was it your mother's voice?" "My godfather says so." "You do not remember it being hers?" "I do not remember it being anyone's, sir." "It was a voice." "That is sad, Harry." "Yes, sir." "Would you like to remember more?" "Sir, I have been told that wishing for what one cannot have is what teeth are for." Sirius broke character. "Where," he said, "did you get that?" "From you." "I have never said that on Tuesday." To Creature. "About the lemon tart." "Right." "Yes." Continue. Back into character. "He will not put his fingertips on your scar, but he will, at the latest possible moment, ask whether he may." "Refuse him." "Politely." "Yes?" "Yes." He came at the boy from a dozen angles. He came at him as the kindly old man, the disappointed teacher, the worried friend of the family, the wise grandfather, the apologetic colleague, and, once, with a small dark thrill of professional venom, the man who had decided in 1981 to put a 15-month-old boy in a hedge. Harry held against every one of them. He held by the simple expedient of staying in the kitchen and looking at the lily, and after the third hour Sirius was, quietly, more impressed than he had been in any classroom in his life. He held, on Thursday afternoon, against a Dumbledore who, very gently, asked him whether he understood that it was Sirius's fault his parents had died. He held by a margin of perhaps 3 seconds, after which he had to put his head down between his knees for a minute and breathe. Sirius, watching, did not push him. "Cub." That last one was a low blow. I would not put it past him to use it. "Take the minute." "Take 2. You did not, Sirius, you did not, I know. You did not get them killed. I know, Cub. It was Pettigrew." "Yes. And you have written that to the Wisengamot, and Cousin Andromeda has the papers, and Madame Bones knows, Cub. We are in this house in the south of France in part because Madame Bones knows." "Then he should not say so." "He will not say so by saying so. He will say so by asking. He will look at me and he will say, 'I see you have not, even now, forgiven yourself,' and you will see what that does to my face, and he will turn to you and he will say, 'There are men, sometimes, who carry things for the people they love that the people they love would prefer not to be carried.' And it will sound, to you, as if he is taking my part. And he will be taking my part as a way of taking yours. Yes? Yes. Hold on. We are nearly there." By Friday morning Harry was steady. They ate breakfast together at the long table. They did not, this morning, have goat cheese. Creature had decided that goat cheese was for friendlier guests. At 11:55 they were in the parlor. The doors were open. The fire was low and decorous, summer fire, with a small spread of cool fruit on the side table and a teapot under a quilted cozy and 3 cups. The sun was on the carpet through the long window. Harry, in a small linen shirt that Andromeda had sent up the previous month, sat in the chair on Sirius's left, with his hands folded in his lap, and his back straight, and his small face composed, and his acclimacy house. Sirius could feel it now, 3 years in, the small polite hum of it like a tuning fork, quietly humming. At 12 precisely, an old man in a plum-colored traveling cloak and a soft beaten hat appeared on the gravel of the front drive. He was alone. He walked, slowly, on a stick that Sirius did not remember him needing. He climbed the 3 stone steps to the front door. He knocked. "Come in, headmaster," Sirius called, in French, because he had decided, very late the previous night, that he was going to make Dumbledore work in French for as long as it amused him. The door opened by itself. An old voice said, "Bonjour, Lord Black," in French as good as Sirius's. The footsteps came along the hall. He came into the parlor the way he came into rooms, without fuss, without ceremony, with the small kindly smile that he had been wearing on his face since approximately 1903. He was thinner in the face than Sirius remembered. He was older. The half-moon glasses sat low on his nose. The blue eyes behind them were the same blue eyes, friendly and old. "Lord Black," he said, in English now. "Forgive my French. It is, I am told, audible. It is decent French, headmaster. Sit down, please. Thank you. Mr. Potter. My godfather requests that I be addressed as Black Potter, headmaster," Harry said, in the steady level voice of a boy who had practiced this sentence approximately 40 times in the last 24 hours. "Or Mr. Potter, if you would prefer the maternal name. Mr. Potter alone is fine. Black Potter is, however, what I will sign at the school I will eventually attend." The blue eyes flickered. The smile did not change. Dumbledore, very gracefully, bowed half an inch from the chair. "Mr. Black Potter, then." "Thank you, headmaster." "Tea?" Sirius said. "Please." Creature, who had decided to do this himself rather than entrust it to a French elf they had hired in February, brought tea from a corner of the room where he had been pretending to be a side table. Dumbledore accepted the cup with a small grave nod that did not, in any way, betray amusement at being served by a black house elf in a small French manner by a man under indictment for a murder he had not committed. He drank. "This is very good tea." Madame Choquet's lap sang. "Ah. Yes. Madame Choquet runs the bakery, I take it. You have done your reading, headmaster." "A little. As much as a polite traveler might." "Lord Black," the old man set his cup down. "I owe you, before any other word, an apology." Sirius watched him. He did not, by an act of long discipline, blink. "Indeed. For the night of November the 1st, 1981. For my refusal to grant you a hearing in the days that followed. For my decision to place Mr. Black Potter, in the care of Petunia Desley. For my failure, in the 4 years between that night and the night you took the boy back, to ascertain whether the conditions of his care were in fact those I had been assured they would be. I was wrong. I was wrong on every count. You were. I do not, I think, blame you for what you did the night you took him. You will forgive me, headmaster, if I do not, in turn, assure you that I do not blame you. I would expect nothing else. Tea, headmaster? Please." Creature refilled. Sirius watched. Harry, at his left, had not moved. "Lord Black. I have come for 2 reasons. The first I have just stated. I owed you, and the boy, an apology, and I have spent a great deal of the last 3 years deciding how to give it, and I have given it. It does not, I know, undo. The second reason is," he paused. He looked at Harry. Harry, in his acclimacy kitchen, was looking at a lily on a table, with a black dog watching the door, and felt the small soft polite knock at the door, and did not turn his head. The old man's eyes stayed in his face for 1 long second. The knock did not become a push. The push did not come. Dumbledore's eyes, with a small, surprised, rueful kindness in them, withdrew. "My boy," he said, in a slightly different voice, "I find I cannot get into your mind." Harry's eyes flickered to Sirius. Sirius gave him no signal. Harry looked back at Dumbledore. "My godfather," he said, "tells me there is no reason a person should be able to." Dumbledore inclined his head. He looked, very faintly, pleased. "Forgive me. It was rude. I did it without, well. I did it. Lord Black, your godson is a remarkable young man. You have done well by him." "Yes. The second reason I have come, and forgive me, Mr. Black Potter, I am about to say a thing in front of you that I have not said in front of anyone, including, until very recently, myself," he turned to Sirius. Lord Black. The scar on your godson's forehead is not a scar. Sirius set his cup down very carefully. Go on. On the night Voldemort, Harry, without looking, registered that nobody at the table had flinched at the name. He filed this away. On the night Voldemort cast the killing curse at this child, the curse rebounded from a protection his mother had laid in her own death and struck Voldemort instead. This much I have told the world. This much is known. What I have not told the world, and what I am very nearly certain is the case, is that Voldemort did not, that night, die. He had, I believe, taken steps, during his life, against death. Steps which a very few wizards in history have taken. A Horcrux. Possibly more than one. The fragment of his soul that was in him at the moment of his bodily death, was disembodied. It survived. It will, sooner or later, find a way back. It is, I believe, currently at large in the world in some lessened form. In a forest, perhaps. In a foreign country. I do not know. You believe him alive. I believe him not yet, finally, dead. And the scar. On the night the curse rebounded, the soul of Voldemort, in extremis, in passing, the room was small, and the child was nearest, and the curse had carved its scar, a fragment of the soul, I believe, lodged in the child. It is, in essence, an accidental Horcrux. It has been with him for 7 years. The room was quiet. You believe, Sirius said, very levelly, that my godson is carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul in his forehead. I believe so. I have believed so since the boy was 3 months old. I had not, in the first years after the war, I had not the courage to say so. I had hoped, in time, that the fragment would simply attenuate. I have come to believe, in the past 2 years, that it will not. And the wards on Petunia's house. The old man went, briefly, very still. Lord Black. Headmaster. I will not pretend that thought did not enter my decision. The blood wards on Petunia's house were strong. The presence in the boy's forehead was also, bound, by the conditions of his living there, in a place where his mother's blood ran in the next person's veins. I had hoped that under those wards the fragment would gradually wither. I had hoped, and I tell you this only because I am in your house and I owe you the whole of my thought rather than a part of it, that one day the fragment would die in him without harming him, and that he would, after that, be free. And if it did not? If it did not, when he came to the school, I had thought that I would have, then, the time and the care and the knowledge to remove it from him. I will admit, by methods I have not yet entirely worked out. Methods. Lord Black, Albus Dumbledore. Look at me. There is, in the boy's forehead, a piece of the foulest soul to walk these islands in 500 years. You knew this. You hid it. You put him in Petunia Desley's cupboard for 4 years, partially to wear down the soul fragment. You tell me, now, that you intend, when he is 11, to take him back, and, by methods you have not yet entirely worked out, to remove it from him. Are you out of your mind, sir? Dumbledore, in the chair across the parlor, very slowly took his hat off. He held it in his lap. He did not, this time, look like a man being scolded by a difficult former student. He looked like a man who has just heard the case against himself spoken aloud by another human being for the first time, and discovered that it is, when spoken aloud, worse than it sounded in his head. Yes, he said quietly. I have been, on this matter, out of my mind. Yes. There was a silence. The fire popped. Outside, in the orchard, a cicada that had been ratcheting all afternoon stopped, briefly, as if to listen. Headmaster. Yes, Lord Black. You will go back to Britain. Yes. You will say nothing of where we are. To anyone. Not Minerva McGonagall. Not Severus Snape. Not the Order. Yes. You will not write to me. As you wish. You will not, when this child arrives at your school, take him aside privately on his first night. You will not put him in the room next to the defense professor on his first night because the defense professor has a peculiar interest in him. You will not, in the next 4 years, arrange small tests for him to stumble across. He is not your weapon. He is not your battlefield. He is my godson, and he is the heir of 2 houses, and he is going to walk into your school of his own choice, on his own feet, when he is 11, and you are going to teach him the way you would teach any other student. Yes? Yes. You will not, ever, in his hearing, refer to him as the boy who lived. He has heard the phrase from no one in this house. He will continue not to. Yes. You will not, ever, hint to him about the night his parents died. Yes. You will not, ever, when his back is turned, attempt to go into his head. The old man drew in a small, slow breath. Yes. And finally, headmaster, and I am sorry to do this, because you have come here in good faith, and I cannot say I would be a better man in your shoes, and I am, in this hour, in this house, going to do you the courtesy of remembering that you are a great wizard and a kind one and a man who has made a single great error which he is, today, attempting to begin to atone for. Finally, you are going to give us the names of the Horcruxes. Of the others. Every one you suspect. Every one you know. The fire popped again. Lord Black, names. Dumbledore set his hat aside. He took a small piece of folded parchment out of an inner pocket. It was, Sirius noticed, already prepared. He had brought it. He had thought, when he had set out from Britain, that he might be asked. 5, he said. Possibly 6. I have suspicions of 4 objects and the location of 2. The names are written here. The diadem of Ravenclaw. A locket of Slytherins. A cup of Hufflepuffs. A ring on a stone set in a house in Little Hangleton. A diary, location unknown. The fragment in the boy. He hesitated. Possibly his snake. He had a snake. The snake may be one. I am not certain. The snake may also simply be a snake. 6 in total. Or 7. 7, then, possibly. Yes. You have known about most of these for years. And you have moved against them, slowly. Cautiously. With assistance from very few people. I have not had the resources I needed to act in a way that would not, in the wrong hands, have advertised our knowledge to him. You have it now. I have a solicitor. I have a cursebreaker on retainer. I have a cousin in the Auror office. I have the resources of the House of Black. I have, sitting at my left hand, the heir to that house. And I have, sitting opposite me, you. The greatest wizard of his age. We are going to remove the fragment from the boy first, and then we are going to begin removing the others, and we are going to do this together, as a project, without your further unilateral cleverness, and without my further unilateral pride, and we are going to do it because that thing is going to come back, headmaster, and when it does, my godson is going to be ready, and not because he has been kept like a goat tethered in a clearing for the wolf to find. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Yes, Lord Black, he said, at last, in a voice that was quite steady. Yes. Harry, on Sirius's left, did not breathe. Sirius set his cup down. He looked at the boy. Cub. We have one more thing to ask the headmaster, and then he will go home, and we will go for a walk. Yes, Sirius. Headmaster. The fragment. You have a method in mind. You have not, entirely worked out, it. We have, in this house, I think, a better one. I have a cursebreaker contact at Gringotts. Goblins have a soul extraction right. It is old. It is expensive. It works on objects. There is one recorded case of its application to a living person and it succeeded. I will pay the fee. I will pay any fee. I want it done before the boy turns 8. Will you assist me? Yes. Will you, in fact, be present? In Gringotts, when it is done. As a witness. As the man who has, in this matter, been the headmaster of his life until today, and who is, today, ceasing to be. The old man did not, for a moment, answer. Then he said, Yes, Lord Black. I will. Good. The cicada in the orchard, having decided that nothing dreadful was going to happen, started up again. The fire popped. The parlor, which had been holding a great deal of breath, exhaled. More tea, headmaster? Sirius said. Please. They drank tea. They spoke, for a polite hour, about absolutely nothing. Dumbledore admired the orchard. He admired the goat. He spoke, briefly and with apparent honesty, about Minerva McGonagall, who had been his deputy for 15 years and was, he confided, the best transfiguration mind he had ever known and a deeply private woman, and asked Harry if he had any preference between dogs and snakes. Harry said he liked them both, but for different things. Dumbledore said this was a wise answer and was the same answer he himself would have given at 7, and Harry, perhaps because he was 7, perhaps because the small soft push at his occlumency door had not, in the full hour, come back, smiled at the old wizard for the first time. Mr. Blackpotter. Yes, headmaster. When you come to my school, yes. I look forward to it. Thank you, sir. Dumbledore stood. He took up his hat. He turned to Sirius. He held out his hand. Sirius, after looking at it for one long second, took it. Lord Black. Headmaster. You have built, in this house, in 3 years, a thing I could not have built in 11. Yes. I have. He will be a very great wizard. He will be a happy one. The great will, with luck, follow. The old man inclined his head. He went down the steps. He took, from his pocket, a small empty matchbox, which was his portkey home. He paused on the gravel. Lord Black. Yes, headmaster. Will you, at some point in the next 12 months, when it is convenient, bring him to Hogwarts? Before the school year. In the summer. Let him see the castle empty. Let me show him the lake without the ceremony. Let him meet the place not as a boy who lived but as a wizard who is, in due course, coming up to school. I would consider it a kindness. Sirius thought. Yes, he said. We will come, in May, before the term ends. He may bring his snake. The snake's name is Sybil. She is, by the strict definition, a registered familiar of the House of Black. I shall look forward to meeting Sybil. The matchbox glowed. The old man went. Sirius stood on the gravel for a long minute. Then he turned around, and went up the steps, and into the parlor, and sat on the rug with his back against the chair, and closed his eyes. Harry slid off his own chair and came and sat next to him on the rug, and put his small warm shoulder against Sirius's, and, after a while, said, he was sad. Yes. He was not a bad man. No, cub. He was not. He was sorry. Yes. Is the thing in my head going to come out now? Yes. In December, we hope, at the latest. Will it hurt? Yes. Will you be there? Yes. Then it is all right. A pause. Sirius. You were, yes. Big. You were big. In there. Was I? Yes. Good. There are days you must be big. Most days you must not. The trick is knowing which is which. Today was a big day. Yesterday and tomorrow are not big days. Yes. Another pause. Sirius. Can we go and walk now? Yes, cub. Get the dog. Harry stood up. He went to the kitchen. He came back, not with a leash, but with one small slim hand held out. The hand, he had decided, was the leash. Sirius, on the rug in the parlor at La Belle Tante, with the August sun coming long through the long window and the cicada still ratcheting in the orchard, took the hand of his 7-year-old godson, the heir of 2 houses, the carrier of a fragment of the Dark Lord, the boy who had just held an occlumency door against Albus Dumbledore for 1.5 hours without flinching, and let himself be led out into a bright French afternoon. They went down the path that ran along the back of the orchard. The grass was hot under their feet and the smell of late thyme was on the air, and Sybil, who had been hunting at the edge of the wall, slid out under the cherry tree and fell in along the path beside them like a small grave attendant. Harry walked, for the first part of it, in silence. Sirius did not, today, fill the silence. He had learned, in 3 years, that the boy thought best on a path and that if you let him have the path he would, at some point, give you the thought. Sirius. He could feel my dog. I felt him notice the dog. Yes. He was kind to the dog. He did not push. He could have. Could he? I think so. Then it is to his credit that he did not. Sirius walked a few more steps. What did you see, in his face? While he was talking to me. About the fragment. He was sad. And he was, angry. With himself. And he was tired. He was very tired. Yes. Sirius. He thought he was doing the right thing. The whole time. He thought it. Even now. He thinks the cupboard was a thing he had to do. Yes. Is that what bad men think? Sirius walked a few more steps. He did not, often, hesitate before answering the boy. He hesitated now. Bad men, cub, mostly know they are bad. They tell themselves they are not, but they know. The dangerous men are not the bad ones. The dangerous ones are the men who do bad things and never quite stop believing they are good. Headmaster Dumbledore is one of those men. So, by the way, was I, when I was 20. So, possibly, will you be one day. The trick is to listen, when somebody who loves you tells you that the thing you are about to do is wrong, even when you are sure they are mistaken. Yes? Yes. You did not give him a thing to push at. That was very well done. I was sitting at the table. Looking at the lily. Like you said. And the dog? Watched the door. Once it lifted its head. Once. When he asked the thing about my mother's voice. The dog wanted to bark. You did not let it. No. Good. They reached the wall at the bottom of the orchard. Beyond it, the goat was, at this hour, asleep under the fig tree. Sybil flowed along the wall and over it and disappeared into the long grass. Harry sat on the wall. Sirius sat next to him. They were quiet for a minute. Sirius. After it comes out, the thing in my head, will I still be me? He had thought the boy might ask this. He had not thought he would ask it on the same day, 2 minutes after the man who had said it could be done had left. Yes, he said. How do you know? Because you have been you since the day you were 4 years old in a cupboard, and you have been you across 1 French border and 3 years of tutors and 1 bad headmaster and a great many goat cheeses, and the thing in your head has not been able to make any of you it. The thing in your head has been a tenant in a building it does not own. We are evicting a tenant. The building stays. Oh. Cub. It is going to be more painful than the bath. More painful than the stunner the Frenchman shot at you in March. More painful than anything you have had. I will be there. Andromeda will be there. The headmaster will be there. The goblin who does it will be there. Sybil will be there if you want her. There is no part of it you are going to do alone, and there is no part of it you are going to remember, after, except that you were not alone. Yes. I love you, cub. I love you, Sirius. The fig tree, in its small flat shadow, sighed in a hot afternoon breeze. The goat, in the shadow, grunted in its sleep. Sybil, in the long grass, took a small bold mouse with the soft snap of a closing book. They walked, after a while, back up the path. Creature had laid out a cold lunch on the kitchen table. Harry, at the table, did the thing Sirius had been waiting 3 years and 7 months for him to do without prompting. He crossed himself in the small old way Walburga had crossed herself before meals when Sirius had been a boy, and then he ate. Sirius did not, for a moment, look at the kitchen door. Walburga's portrait, on its small matter-of-fact wall, had not been moved that morning. He had not, after all, taken it down. Well, bold, indeed, mother, he said softly, into his soup. Well, bold to both of us. Behind him, in the parlor, Walburga's voice said, very softly, from the small portrait above the fireplace that he had never quite been able to make himself take down, and that he had not, it now turned out, ever quite needed to, well, bold, Sirius. He did not turn round. He smiled. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Goblin Ritual. The morning before the rite, Sirius and Harry took breakfast at the long counter in Andromeda's kitchen with Bill Weasley, who had come down from Egypt the previous night, and who was, the moment he saw the boy, charming in the easy practiced way of an eldest brother who had grown up coaxing 6 smaller siblings out of trees. All right, lad, Bill said, putting a hand out across the toast. I'm Bill. Cursebreaker. I'll be in the chamber tomorrow with Master Ragnarok and your godfather and your headmaster, and I will be the one with the freckles and the long hair and the stupid grin. My job is to watch the runes and the boy and to call stop if anything looks wrong. If it does, I will say stop, and the rite will halt, and we will start again the next month with what we have learned. There will not, however, be anything that goes wrong. Master Ragnarok has done variations of this rite 40 times in his career, and his career is 3 centuries long. The maths are good. How long does it take? About 35 minutes from the first chant to the last. It will, for some of those minutes, hurt. Your godfather is going to talk to you the whole time. You can bring an animal. You can bring an object. You can ask any question you want, now. Harry considered. Will it know I am coming for it? Bill stopped grinning. He thought about it, the way Bill Weasley thought about questions from his small siblings, which was as if the question was the most important thing in the world for the duration of the answer. Yes, mate. It will know. It will not, however, be able to do very much. The runes will have it pinned. The chant binds its voice. Your godfather is going to tell it to leave. It will not enjoy that. It will leave anyway. Will I see it? You may. For about a second. Try, if you do, not to look it in the eye. The eye of the thing is a little like, you know how, when you look at the sun for too long, the sun is in your eyes for the rest of the morning? Eyes like that. Look at it once if you have to. Then look away. Yes, sir. Don't sir me. Bill. Last question. Will I be, Harry hesitated. Will I be the same after? You will be more you, mate. Much more you. The thing in your head has been crowding you. The room will be empty when it goes. You will spend the next year filling the empty room with you. By next Christmas you will be properly you for the first time in your life, and you will not know how to thank Master Ragnarok, and Master Ragnarok will not let you thank him, because goblins do not take thanks for the work, they take fees. Your godfather is paying the fee. Are we good? We are good. Good lad. The smaller of the two private chambers under the lowest level of Gringotts had not been opened for non-goblin business since 1786. It was reached, on the morning of the 14th of December, by a procession that took the better part of an hour, down 5 flights of black iron stair, 2 long stretches of curse-warded corridor, 3 carts that ran on tracks descending at angles a Muggle railwayman would not have approved of, and a final, slow walk along a tunnel that a small underground stream ran along the floor of, gravely, from somewhere above to somewhere below. The chamber itself was round. The floor was a single slab of basalt with concentric runes carved into it in a pattern that even Sirius, who had been raised on black runic theory and had passed his newt in ancient runes with the silver star, could not, at first glance, read. The walls were goblin steel, undecorated, 3 inches thick. There was no ceiling that could be seen, the chamber rose into darkness, and the darkness was, very slightly, alive. The party that gathered in it numbered 8. Master Ragnarok the Younger, who was approximately 340 and was the oldest extant practitioner of the soul-cleansing rite, sat on a low stool near the eastern arc of runes with his hands folded in his lap and his small black eyes on the boy. Bill Weasley, 22, freckled, ponytailed, the chief curse-breaker of Gringotts' foreign operations and the only English wizard alive whose runic French was good enough to follow what Ragnarok was about to say, stood at his elbow with a notebook open. Albus Dumbledore stood at the western arc with his hands folded inside his sleeves and the expression of a man who has come, late in life, to a thing he has been afraid of for a long time. Andromeda Tonks stood at the southern arc with her travel cloak still on and her wand arm visibly steady. Sirius stood at the northern arc. The runes had asked, on his entrance, that he stand there, and they had asked it as politely as runes could ask anything, with his wand arm steady too. Mr. Greengrass was, unusually, not present. The rite did not allow solicitors. Sybil, by particular permission of Ragnarok and a small fee paid in cardamom, was coiled around Harry's left wrist like a particularly grave bracelet. In the center of the runes stood Harry. He was 7.5. He was, in the morning's light, the smallest person in the room. "You will lie down," Ragnarok said, in a voice like dry pebbles. "You will lie down, child of 2 houses, and you will permit. You will not resist. You will not interfere. Do you swear?" "I swear," Harry said. "You will breathe when I instruct." "Yes, Master Ragnarok." "You will not, when the fragment leaves you, attempt to follow it." "No, sir." "You will, before we begin, give your snake a name aloud, in the high tongue, that this stone may know her." Harry hissed. Sybil flickered her tongue and made a long, low return note. The runes on the floor, in 2 places, briefly went silver. "She accepts," Ragnarok said. "Lie down." He lay down. The basalt was cold against his back through the thin linen tunic he had been told to wear. He looked up. There was no ceiling. He could see, far above, the darkness moving very slowly, like the inside of a stove that had been left to cool. He was not, surprisingly, frightened. He was steady in a way that he had been working at for 10 weeks, and the thing he was meeting today felt like a thing he had been getting ready to meet. "Padfoot," he said, very softly. "Yes, cub. Talk to me." "From the beginning?" "From the beginning." "Right." Sirius's voice was unhurried. He had decided, on the cart down, that what he was going to do during this rite was talk. Once upon a time there was a boy whose name was Harry, and whose father was a stag, and whose mother was a witch with green eyes and a temper, and whose godfather was a black dog. The boy lived in a cottage in a village called Godric's Hollow. The village had a churchyard and a green and a sweet shop. The sweet shop had, are you listening? Yes. The sweet shop had a man behind the counter named Mr. Brackett. He was 68 years old and had one good eye and a very bad opinion of children. He kept the boy's mother's favorite sherbet sweets, yes, the lemon ones. Your mother loved them. Your headmaster would be appalled, under the counter for her, even though she had not lived in the village for 10 years. Whenever she came into the shop he would, without comment, produce a small paper bag from under the counter and slide it across the counter to her, and she would, without comment, slide a sickle across, and they would not, in the entirety of any of these transactions, exchange a single word. The boy's father thought this was the most marvelous thing he had ever heard of, and he wrote a song about it which he sang only when his wife was not in the room. "Begin," he said, in a different tone, to Ragnok. Ragnok began. He began to chant. The chant was in the goblin high tongue, and it sounded, even to those who could not understand it, like rocks polishing each other in the bed of a long, slow, very deep river. Bill Weasley, beside him, took notes in a script that was 3/4 runic. The runes on the floor, beneath Harry, began to glow. They glowed, first, the color of a Muggle gas lamp, soft and green-blue and even. Then they began to take in the chant. The light in them deepened. The light in them slowed. The light in them began to circle. The boy's father, Sirius continued, in his unhurried voice, had black hair like the boy. The boy's mother had red hair. The boy's mother was, in the moments she was angry with the boy's father, the most terrifying person any of his friends had ever known. She would say once, very quietly, "James, please," and he would, on the evidence of 17 years of friendship I have personally witnessed, sit. He would sit like a dog at the bottom of the sofa with his hands in his lap. We none of us knew how she did it. He did not know how she did it. She was very small. Harry, on the basalt, smiled. The runes around him went, slowly, white. Ragnok's chant deepened. The light gathered itself, rose, hovered around the boy at the height of a man's hand, and began, very gently, to spin around him in a slow column. The column found, in his small body, the points where his magic ran strongest, his sternum, the centers of his palms, the soles of his feet, the small notch at the base of his throat, and the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. The light went into them. The scar glowed. It glowed, at first, the same white as the rest of him. Then it began to glow a different color. It began to glow black. Andromeda, on the southern arc, exhaled, very controlled, through her nose. Dumbledore, on the western arc, did not move. Sirius's hand, in the dim, found Harry's free wrist and curled around it. The boy's mother, Sirius said, studied charms. She was the best charms student in our year. She was, at 15, better than our teacher. She was, when she was your age, sitting in a back garden in Cokeworth, working out for herself, with a stick from the rose bush, what we now call the levitation charm. She did not know it had a name. She did not know it had been invented. She invented it, in her back garden in Cokeworth, at 6 3/4, and demonstrated it to a small boy 2 doors over, who never quite recovered from her. She wrote to your father, when they were 16 and he had finally stopped being a complete pillock, that she was, on the whole, prepared to consider him on a trial basis. The letter was 4 lines. He framed it. The frame is, I suspect, in a box in your great-uncle's vault upstairs, which we will go and find tomorrow. Yes, Harry breathed. The black glow in his scar had thickened. It had begun to push, very slightly, against the rest of the light. The runes on the floor sang. Ragnok raised his right hand. The black light in the scar gathered itself into a small, dense, foul knot, and lifted out of Harry's forehead, and hung above his face the size of a walnut. Harry made a sound. It was, surprisingly, not a scream. It was a long, low, quiet sound, the sound of a small animal that has had a thorn in its paw for a long time and has only at this moment understood that the thorn is being taken out. Hold, Ragnok said. Padfoot. Speak. Sirius spoke. The boy's mother, he said, loved the boy. She loved him in a way I had not, at 21, seen anybody love anybody. She would walk into the nursery and stop at the door and stand there for a full minute looking at him without speaking, with her hand on the door frame, before she went in. I asked her once what she was doing. She said, I am letting myself remember that he is mine. The black knot, above Harry's face, twisted. It opened, briefly, into something that, for a fraction of a second, had a face. The face was thin and high-boned and white and the eyes were red. It looked, with the small surviving spite of a creature in its last moment, at Sirius Black. Sirius, who had decided some weeks ago that no fragment of the man who had killed Lily Potter was going to die in his presence with the last word, said, Tom Riddle, you are not welcome in this house. You are not welcome in this child. You are not welcome anywhere in the world. You are evicted. Go. He had not said anything at the runes. The runes, however, had been listening. The chamber rang. The black knot, in the air, screamed. The scream was a small thin scream. It was a scream that had been made very thin by being divided into 7 pieces and put into 7 hiding places, and one of the hiding places had been, all along, a small boy on a cottage floor in Godric's Hollow. The runes finished it. There was a flare. A flash. The knot was gone. The runes on the floor went, all at once, the color of a clear dawn. Harry, on the basalt, breathed out for what felt like a very long time and did not, when he had finished, breathe in for several seconds. Sirius did not move. He had been told he was not to move. Then Harry breathed in. He sat up. Ragnarok, with the small dignity of a being who had completed a very old, very expensive, very rare work, inclined his head. It is done, he said. The fragment is unmade. The vessel is sealed. The boy is, from this morning, his own boy, and no one else's. Bill Weasley. Step in. Inspect the scar. Bill Weasley stepped in. He bent. He did several careful things with his wand at the boy's forehead, in turn, in 3 colors of light. The forehead was clean. The scar was, still, a scar, a small thin lightning shape, a little paler than it had been an hour ago, a little less inflamed, a little more like something that had simply happened rather than something that was happening. Clean, Bill Weasley said. He stepped back. He grinned at the boy, the wide quick grin that had been making people forgive Bill Weasley for things since he was 5. Welcome to the rest of your life, mate. Thank you, Harry said. Lord Black, said Ragnarok. May I, in the morning, present an account? You may. By all means. It will be considerable. It will be paid by the end of the week. Good. The bank thanks you for your trade. The bank also wishes me to convey, in the privacy of this chamber, that the Goblin Nation considers itself to have, this morning, struck a small early blow in a war it has been, on its own quiet calendar, expecting. Sirius, helping Harry sit up, paused. What war? Lord Black. The fragment in the boy's head was one of 7. The bank's records are not entire. The bank's records are, however, sufficient. The bank knew. The bank has, in fact, been keeping, in the lower vaults, since 1979, an object the bank had reason to suspect of being one such fragment, in a vault registered to a certain black-aligned French lady. We have, since this morning, with the consent of the lady's heirs, who happen to be Lord Black's cousins, removed the object. The object is now in this chamber. We invite Lord Black to see it. We invite Lord Black to authorize its destruction. We will perform the destruction at no charge. He gestured. From a niche in the eastern wall, a small black wooden box slid out on a brass tray, which floated into the center of the runes. Sirius opened the box. Inside, on black velvet, lay a small, ornate, very heavy gold cup with 2 handles, a badger engraved on its side, and a soft, sour, low hum coming off it that made the small hairs on the back of Sirius's neck stand up. Hufflepuffs, Dumbledore said, very softly, on the western arc. Yes, said Ragnarok. We have had it since the year the lady was placed in custody. Lord Black. Authorize. Authorized. Ragnok looked at the cup. The cup, on its velvet, attempted, with the desperate ingenuity of a thing that had been a long time in a vault, to begin a small persuasion against him. Ragnok smiled. It was not a kind smile. "Hello, Tom," he said. He raised both hands. The runes on the floor, around the cup, lit. The chamber sang again, in a different note. A small, dense, foul knot of darkness gathered above the cup and screamed. The runes finished it. The cup itself, after the knot was gone, sat on the velvet, ordinary, a piece of gold metal with a badger on it, 1,000 years old and clean. 2, Ragnok said. 2, Dumbledore agreed. There are 5 remaining. The diadem we believe to be in your school of wizardry. The locket is, by the bank's intelligence, currently in the possession of a house elf of the Black line. The ring is in a cottage in Little Hangleton. The diary is in an unknown private hand. The snake is on the move with the spirit. We will not say where. Sirius, very slowly, looked at Dumbledore. Creature. Creature, Dumbledore said. Yes. I had wondered. Master. The small voice came from the southern arc creature, who had not been allowed in the chamber, was at the chamber's threshold. Andromeda had stepped aside to let him in. He had the locket around his neck. He held it out, in his small clawed hands, in the way of an offering. Master Regulus, he said, hoarse, told Creature to destroy it. Creature could not destroy it. Creature hid it. Master Sirius, Creature believes the goblins. Creature, Sirius said, very gently. Come here. Creature came. He set the locket on the velvet. He bowed, almost to the floor. Thank you, Sirius said. Thank you. We have known. We have not asked you. We have been trying to decide how to ask you. You have brought it to us before we asked. That is exactly what Regulus would have wanted. Yes? The house elf, very stiff, very small, very fierce, said, yes, master. Stand up. Watch. Ragnok did the locket too. 3. In the chamber, when the chamber was quiet, when the locket on the velvet was a piece of plain old silver with a serpent crest on it and nothing else, Albus Dumbledore stepped forward. He stepped forward into the runes for the first time. He bowed, very deeply, to the Goblin Master. He bowed, less deeply but no less seriously, to the boy. Mr. Blackpotter. Headmaster. You have taken a thing out of yourself this morning that I, as your headmaster, your protector, and the wizard who failed to detect it for 7 years, ought to have taken out of you long ago. Will you, in time, forgive me for that? Harry looked at him. Headmaster, he said. I will tell you on the morning of the day I leave your school. I will not, before that morning, decide. I will need, I think, the 7 years. Will that do? The old man, his eyes very bright, inclined his head. It will do, Mr. Blackpotter. It will do. They went back up to the world. The carts on the way up were, mercifully, slower. Harry, between Sirius and Andromeda, did not, for the first half-hour, speak. They came up out of the lower vaults into the middle vaults. The middle vaults' marble walls were warmer. The light there came from the great chandeliers. The carts leveled. By the time they came up into the lobby of Gringotts, with the high counters and the small busy goblins and the polite ringing of small bells, Harry was looking around him, slowly, the way a man looks around at a country at the start of a long holiday. Cub. How do you feel? Harry considered. Lighter, he said. Lighter. Like, you know how, when you have been carrying a satchel, and then you take it off, and you go to take a step, and your step is too high, and you are surprised by how high you went. Yes. Like that. Good. Sirius. It was talking to me. The thing. For as long as I can remember. It was very quiet. I thought it was me. It is, gone. There is nothing where it used to be. Like a very small empty room. Yes. That is normal. It will, over the next year, fill itself in with you. That is what those rooms do. It used to whisper at me when Aunt Petunia hit me. It used to tell me to be afraid. It used to tell me to break a glass when she was looking the other way. I never did. I do not know why I never did. But it was telling me to. You did not let it because you were already, by far, more yourself than it. That is the thing it could not stand. Oh. Cub. Yes? I am proud of you. I know. You know. Yes. You did not have to say it. You said it anyway. Thank you. He took, on the marble of the lobby, his godfather's hand again. They went out, by way of the lobby's small side door reserved for the discreet exits of large clients, into Diagon Alley. The alley, in mid-December, was full and noisy and lit by the great brass lanterns. Sirius paused in the doorway. He looked down at the boy. Cub. Stay close. We are not, today, advertising that you exist. Hood up. Sybil in the cuff. If anyone calls out a name, you do not turn your head. Yes? Yes, Padfoot. You are not a celebrity. You are a small boy with a black dog who has just been to the bank and is very hungry. The boy is going to have ice cream. The boy is not going to make eye contact with anybody. Yes? Yes. And if at any point the empty room feels full or strange or pressed at, you tell me. We can be back inside in 2 seconds. It is empty, Padfoot. It is so empty. Good. Hood up. In we go. The shops had wreaths in their windows. Florian Fortescue had a board out advertising hot chocolate and roast chestnut ice cream. The wizarding wireless on the newsstand at the bend in the road was playing carols. Harry, on the cobbles, in his thick winter cloak, with Sybil on his wrist, and his godfather on his right hand, and Andromeda Tonks on his left hand, and Albus Dumbledore 3 steps behind him, looked up at the great brass lanterns, and at the wreaths, and at the wizards walking past with their packages, and said, "It is so loud." That is people, Cub. People are loud. It is good loud. Yes. Sirius. I am hungry. That is good. That is very good. Can we have hot chocolate? You may have, Andromeda said, on his other side, anything in the entire street, Heir Black. Roast chestnut ice cream. You have just had, and survived, the goblin soul-cleansing rite, child. You may have as much roast chestnut ice cream as Florian Fortescue has in the shop. Is that a lot? He keeps 120 pints in the back. I checked once. All right. They went, the 4 of them, plus a quietly delighted goblin who had decided to come up with them and Bill Weasley who had insisted on it, into Florian Fortescue's, where Florian himself, beaming, did not, after a glance at Sirius, ask the boy his name, and where Albus Dumbledore, with great courtesy, paid the bill. That night, in the small flat above Andromeda's house in Walthamstow that they had rented for the week, Sirius sat by the bed and watched Harry sleep. Sybil was on the foot of the bed in her small grave coil. Creature was, against all of Sirius's instructions, sitting on the floor at the door of the room, with the discreet stillness of a house elf who has decided to take a watch and was not going to be talked out of it. Around midnight Andromeda came in with 2 mugs of cocoa. He is going to be different now, she said. Yes. You are going to be different now. Yes. Are we going to talk about how you spoke to Tom Riddle in those rooms, Sirius? Are we? You evicted him. I did. From a basalt floor in Gringotts. I did. Without a wand. Yes. Sirius. The runes ought to have been the only voice in that room. You stood outside the runes. You are not a goblin. You are not, by goblin lights, anybody. The fragment was unmaking on its own when you spoke. I know. It still answered to you. It looked at you. I am the head of a house. I was on my soil. The boy was my heir. The thing was a guest. I declined to extend hospitality. That is a black answer, Sirius. I am a black, Andy. That has always been the trouble. I will say one thing, though. The runes did not, in the end, have to do all the work. The boy did some of it himself. Did you feel it? I felt it. He pushed. From the kitchen. With the dog. He pushed at the knot before the right finished it. The runes finished it. He started it. He helped them. He did. Andy. He is going to be formidable. Yes. And we are going to make sure he is never lonely. Yes. Drink your cocoa. Go to bed. Tomorrow morning the boy is going to wake up the first morning of his real life, and somebody who loves him needs to be standing in the kitchen doorway at the end of the hall with a frying pan in his hand. That would be you, then. That would be me. She went. He stayed. He sat by the bed for a long time. Around 3 in the morning, in his sleep, Harry James Potter, Black turned over, sighed, and said, very clearly, into the pillow, Padfoot, and went back to sleeping. Outside the window, a hard cold December rain was beginning to come down on London. Inside, the small lamp burned. Sirius watched. He held, in his mind, a small careful tally of the morning, 3 down, 4 to go. He thought about the diadem at Hogwarts. He thought about the ring in Little Hangleton. He thought about the diary in an unknown hand, and the snake on the move, and the man, what was left of the man, wherever, in a forest, the man currently was. He thought about Lucius Malfoy, who had a son the boy's age and a vault 3 levels down and a habit of buying very old things at very quiet auctions. He thought about Bellatrix in Azkaban, who had once, in a kitchen at the family seat, taught a 14-year-old Sirius the wrist snap of the Bonebreaker curse and laughed at him when he had not, the first time, broken a sparrow with it. He thought about how, on a hot afternoon in June, in a salon under the chestnut trees, his godson would, in 3 years' time, take the same wrist snap and break, on the swivel dummy, the wooden shoulder joint that no 8-year-old had broken in the salon's 140 years. He thought, I have time. In the morning he came down to the kitchen with his hair still damp from the bath and his shirt collar open, and he found Harry already at the table in his pajamas with a fork in one hand and a plate that had once held an enormous quantity of bacon now in front of him with most of the bacon gone. Cub. Padfoot. It was the first time in a week the boy had used the dog name. Hungry? Very. How is the small empty room? Smaller. Already. Harry held the fork pensively. I think it has begun. There was a thing I always used to think, when Cousin Andromeda came in, and the thing was, I should not be glad. The thing was, gladness is something other people do. The thing said it. This morning when she came in, the thing did not say it. The thing did not say anything because it is not there. I was glad that she came in. I was just, glad. Yes, cub. It is going to take some getting used to. Yes. I had not realized how much of the way I was the thing in my head. It will, in a year, be how much of the way you are, is you. Yes. Eat the rest of the bacon. Yes, Padfoot. A week passed in Walthamstow, and then a month, and then the spring came, and the family went back to France for the last summer of Harry's exile. The training picked up. Maître Lavoisier, who had, in March, watched Harry, 8, throw a stupefy hard enough to flip the dummy on its swivel and crack it through the parapet behind, had said, with the calm of a man arriving, finally, at the point in his life he had been preparing for, Monsieur Black. He will need a dueling master soon. I have engaged one. From Ike's. He starts on Monday. Good. The dueling master from Ike's was a woman. Her name was Madame Aurelia Dupree. She was 67 years old, had been the second-best duelist of her generation, was retired, and consented, after a tea with Sirius and Andromeda in Marseille, to come up to the Ardèche 4 days a week to teach a small dark-haired English boy to do the thing she had done. She was thin and severe, and her left eye was bright blue and her right eye was glass, and the cane she walked with was black willow with a wand bound into the hilt that nobody had ever, on the public record, made her draw. She watched Harry duel Lavoisier on the salon roof for 10 minutes and then she said, in French, "He has the shoulders. He will need work on the wrist. 3 years, monsieur, and he will be a danger to anyone foolish enough to challenge him. 3 years. By the time he is 11, monsieur, your boy will, in a dueling salon, be more dangerous than anyone of his age in Britain. By the time he is 14 he will be more dangerous than anyone of his age in Europe. By the time he is 17, if I have done my work and he his, he will be more dangerous than anyone living." Aurelia. Yes, monsieur. Do not say that in front of him. I have not. I will not. He does not need to know. Thank you. He has a good face, monsieur. The face of a child who has been kept gently. I have seen many faces of dangerous children in my time. They have all of them, before today, been dangerous because somebody hurt them. He is the first I have seen who is going to be dangerous because somebody loved him. Sirius looked at her. "Madam," he said, very quietly. "Then we have done well by him. You have done very well by him. You will continue. We will see, in 3 years, what we have made." Sirius drove her home on the first day in the small enchanted Renault that he kept in the village barn for trips to the train station. He looked across at her in the passenger seat as the road wound down through the chestnut trees and the late golden light hit her glass eye. "Aurelia. Monsieur Black. You have not asked me about the boy's history." "It is not necessary, monsieur. I would, in fact, like to tell you. I would prefer that, when he eventually mentions in your salon that he was raised by muggles in a cupboard, you do not seem to find it surprising." She turned her head, slightly. The blue eye and the glass one, in the tunneled light of the chestnut leaves over the road, looked, briefly, identical. "I had wondered," she said. "Tell me, then." He told her. The whole of it, in 20 minutes, with the road unrolling in the headlights and her glass cane between her knees. She listened. She did not, when he finished, comment for nearly half a mile. Then she said, "Monsieur. The boy will be safe with me. The boy will, in addition, be loved by me. I do not, ordinarily, love students. He is an exception. He is, on the evidence of one afternoon, an exception. Thank you. There is one thing. Yes. In 3 years' time, when I have made of him what we are setting out to make, you will need to be ready. I do not mean ready in the dueling salon. I mean ready in the kitchen. Ready in the village. He will, by 11, walk into a room full of grown men and be the most powerful magical being in it. He will know it. He will not, if I have done my work, brag about it. He will not, however, be able to pretend to himself that it is not true. You will need, in those years, to keep teaching him to be a child despite knowing it. That is harder than the dueling. That is the work, monsieur, that nobody in this story but you can do. I know. Good. Have you taught such a child before? 3. The first 2, I lost. The third was Aurelia Greengrass, who came up to me, also at 8, in 1934, and is at this hour the senior member of the French Waisengemot. The first two went to the continent. They went to the wars. The third is a politician of 40 years standing, and I am, when she comes to dinner, called Maman by her wife and her children. I would prefer, monsieur, the third outcome for your boy. So would I, madam. Then we are aligned. She came up the next Monday. She came up every Monday and every Wednesday and every Friday and every Saturday morning for the next 3 years. She drilled Harry until his wrist was, before any other part of him, the wrist of a duelist. She drilled his footwork until he could pass the salon stones with his eyes shut and not put a foot wrong. She drilled his shielding until he could, by the August of the year he turned 10, hold a corporeal protego against 3 of her bolts in succession without flinching. She was not gentle. She was not cruel, either. She was, all 4 days a week, the patient absolute professional, and she was, on the 5th day each week, gone, and would have killed for him. He thought, we have time. He set the tally aside. He picked up Andromeda's untouched mug from the side table, drank the cooled chocolate in 3 swallows, and put it down. He bent. He kissed the small dark head on the pillow. He sat back. He kept watch. Outside, the rain came down on Walthamstow. Inside, in a small back room above a small back garden, the second clean morning of Harry James Potter's life began, very slowly, to come up grey. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6 Return to Britain. The train from Paris pulled into King's Cross at 4 in the afternoon on the 2nd of September of the year Harry was 10 and a half. He had spent the journey in a private compartment in the front carriage with Sirius opposite him, Sybil coiled on the cushion beside him, Madame Dupree dozing across 2 seats, a small leather case of books at his feet, and the slow, polite excitement of a child who has finally, after a 6-year exile, been told by his godfather that he is going home. Hood down at the platform, Sirius said. We are not, today, hiding. Yes, Padfoot. Madame Dupree goes to Aurelia's house in Kensington tonight. We go to Grimald. The horseless carriage is at the side of the building. Andromeda is meeting us in the lobby. Ted is at the curb. Tonks is at Auror training and could not be excused, but she will be at Grimald for dinner. Yes? Yes, Padfoot. And in 20 seconds when we step onto the platform there will, possibly, be a photographer. For me? For both of us. I am, this year, the man who came back from a foreign exile having been cleared by Madame Bones in March, and you are, this year, the boy who was lost and found, although the press do not know yet how lost. The prophet has been waiting for this train for 2 months. We are giving them, today, exactly 12 seconds. We will smile, in your case, politely, and in my case not at all, and we will keep walking, and we will not stop for questions. Yes? Yes, Padfoot. Repeat. 12 seconds. Smile politely. Do not stop for questions. Good lad. The platform was, as Sirius had predicted, full. There were perhaps 8 wizards with cameras and 4 with notebooks and 1, Sirius noticed with a small, weary, unsurprised feeling, Rita Skeeter, in a feathered green hat, beside the wall. Andromeda was at the lobby door beyond them. The crowd, when the compartment door slid open, made a small unified sound that was not quite a cheer. Harry, who had been drilled for 2 months on this, stepped down off the train onto the platform with his small case in one hand, his free hand in his godfather's, his cloak hood folded back on his shoulders, and his face composed. Sirius, beside him, did not, for the duration of the walk, take his eyes off any one face for long enough to be drawn to it. Lord Black. Lord Black, sir, just one moment, Mr. Blackpotter. Just here, son, look at the camera, Lord Black, can you confirm? He did not stop. Harry did not stop. They walked the length of the platform in 14 seconds, of which 2 were spent waiting for a porter to clear a trunk, and they reached the lobby. Andromeda kissed her cousin on both cheeks, and her great cousin on the forehead. "Welcome home, Heir Black." "Cousin," Harry said, and was, for a moment, 12 years old. "Hello. Carriage is at the curb. We will be at Grimmauld in 20 minutes. Walburga has been redecorating since lunch." "Has she?" "She has had the curtains opened. She has been lighting her own fire in the drawing room. She has been polishing the silver for 2 days through the medium of standing very straight and frowning at Creature. Be ready." "I am ready, cousin Andromeda." The carriage to Grimmauld went the long way along the embankment and then up through Russell Square because Sirius, after 6 years away, wanted to look at his city. The afternoon was grey. The embankment was full. The river was high. He sat with his shoulder pressed against the carriage's leather and his godson under his arm and watched, in silence, the London he had not stood in since 1985 go past, and at one or two of the corners his eyes briefly went somewhere. Privet and Harry, on his side, did him the courtesy of not asking. The carriage came up to number 12 at 5:20. The door opened of its own accord. Sirius stepped down. He helped Harry down. Andromeda followed. They went, the three of them, up the steps and through the door, and Sirius set down his case, and looked, for a long second, at the threadbare runner he had ripped up 6 years before, and at the troll-egg umbrella stand which had, at some point in his absence, been replaced by Andromeda with a perfectly reasonable wooden one, and at the wall where the elf heads had been, which was now an empty wall with a small simple mirror on it. "Andy. You have been busy." "Mother let me," Andromeda said, quite calmly, "because she is, on the whole, looking forward to having you and the boy home, and because she has decided, in the past 2 years, that the elf heads were ridiculous." "Mother." "In the drawing room, dear." She was in the drawing room. She was, when they came in, sitting in her painted chair with her hands in her painted lap and her hair done in a way that, in life, he had never seen her have time for. The fire in the painted hearth behind her was, today, real fire, lit with care. The drawing room itself had been, since she had sat in it, dusted, swept, polished, and aired, and the long velvet curtains were tied back, and the tall windows were full of the late grey light off Islington. "Sirius." "Mother." "Heir Black." "Lady Black," Harry said, with the small careful French formality Madame Dupree had drilled into him, and bowed. A small thing happened in Walburga's painted face. It was the smallest thing she had ever done in front of him. It was a softening at the corner of the mouth and an opening at the corner of the eye. It would have been, in a living woman, a smile. "Well," she said. "Well, well, well." She looked at Sirius. "He is taller. He is broader. He is, much taller. He has the hands." "He has, what?" "The hands. He has the family hands. Cygnus's hands. Look. The thumb." Sirius looked. He had not, until this moment, noticed it. The boy had, indeed, his great-grandfather Cygnus's thumb, square, strong, a small dark whorl at the knuckle. James Potter had not had this thumb. Lily Evans had not had this thumb. Sirius did not, he realized, have it himself. The thumb had skipped 2 generations of Blacks and chosen the boy. "Family magic, mother," he said quietly. "Family magic, Sirius. It does as it pleases. It has, for him, been pleased. Yes. Sit, Heir Black. Andromeda, dear, will you call for tea? Sirius, you are to sit at my right hand. We have a great deal to discuss before dinner. You are aware that the Wiesengemot reconvenes on the 7th of October. I am aware, mother. You are taking the seat? I am taking the seat. Heir Black is sitting in the gallery? Heir Black is sitting at the gallery rail. Good. He will be photographed. He will be commented on. He will be analyzed by, in particular, Lucius Malfoy, who will, at the third break, present himself to you with his wife and son, and will make a small pretty speech about long absences and welcome returns, and will, with very little subtlety, attempt to take the measure of the boy. You will let him. You will not show your hand. The boy will be coached. We will choose, in advance, 3 things he is to say and the order he is to say them in. Yes? Yes, mother. And you will, before the 7th of October, take him to Diagon Alley and acquire from Madame Malkin the proper formal robes of an heir of 2 houses, dual sigil, with the Potter on the right shoulder, the Black on the left, in his weight and his colors. You will take him from Madame Malkin to Ollivander, who has owed me a wand tasting since 1944 and may now make good. You will take him from Ollivander to Flourish and Blots, where he will, for once in his life, be allowed to spend, and you will take him from Flourish and Blots to the apothecary, and from the apothecary to Twilfit, and from Twilfit to Madame Greengrass's afternoon, where Daphne and Astoria will be present, and where he will be polite. Yes? Yes, mother. Heir Black. Lady Black? Stand up, please. He stood. He stood as Madame Dupree had taught him to stand, feet square, weight on the balls, hands at the sides, head still. You are a very good-looking child, Walburga said. Thank you, Lady Black. You favor your father. You favor, also, my Aunt Doria, though more than 5 generations down. You are tall for your age. You have the family thumb. You will fill out, by 15, in the shoulders. You will be, by 20, the most photographable black since my husband. We will use this. Yes? Yes, Lady Black. My son tells me you duel. I do, Lady Black. With Aurelia Dupree, yes? You will, at some point in the next month, in the salon on the 3rd floor of this house, give your great-aunt a small demonstration. Nothing strenuous. 3 or 4 passes against your godfather. You will not embarrass either of us by missing. Yes? Yes, Lady Black. You may sit. He sat. He sat carefully. Andromeda came back with the tea tray. Walburga, in her painted chair, did the impossible and said, Andromeda. Mother. Thank you for the curtains. Andromeda Tonks, who was 47, who had not been called dear by her mother's portrait in the 16 years the portrait had hung on this wall, and who had spent 6 of those years systematically renovating the house her mother had taught her to despise into a house that her mother could be hung in without weeping, sat down on the small velvet stool and, very briefly, put her face in her hands. You are welcome, mother. I shall not, this evening, be unbearable about your husband. I am very grateful, mother. Do not press me about it. No, mother. The tea was very good. Diagon Alley, 3 days later, was full and bright and warm. Sirius had not, on the day of the Gringotts trip 3 years before, allowed Harry to walk it slowly. Today he did. They took Madame Malkin first, where the boy stood on the small velvet plinth and was measured by 3 brass tapes that ran themselves up and down his shoulders and waist, and where Madame Malkin herself, an old woman who had once made dress robes for Sirius's grandfather, made a small approving noise at the boy's back. Heir Black has the shoulders for the cut. The 10-button. With the Potter mantle. We will have it ready in a week. Thank you, madam. Heir Potter. Madam. Your father came in here for his wedding robes. I sold him a black coat that he did not in the end wear because he and his bride decided, on the morning, to be married in green and gold instead. He told me, after, that he had wanted me to fit him for the black so I would not be disappointed in him. He was a kind boy. He brought me a dahlia from his garden a week later. Thank you for telling me. I was very sorry, Heir Potter. I know, madam. She looked at him for a moment over her glasses. Then she nodded and went back to the brass tapes. Ollivander next, by Madame Malkin's order, although Sirius had decided in advance to break order and to do flourish and blots before the wand maker, because the boy was carrying a French wand loaner that Madame Dupree had lent him for the journey and would, the moment he held a real one in his hand, be in no mood to look at books for the rest of the afternoon. Flourish and blots on a Friday afternoon was full of the soft mass of paper and ink that Sirius had loved as a schoolboy and had not stood in for 7 years. The shop's proprietor, who was new since Sirius's time, set down his quill when the bell rang. Lord Black. Heir Black Potter. Mr. Bartleby. How may we serve? The heir would like to spend, today, on books for his library at Grimmauld. Begin with the standard pre-Hogwarts curriculum, of which I will take 8 copies. He will want, in addition, the entire Collected Runes Junior Series, the back 4 years of Transfiguration today bound in red, the Dupree Theory of Defensive Footwork, in 3 volumes, the gold ones, Astoria Greengrass's father's monograph on the New Latin in the Reform of 1979, the small green one, and anything you have on the Weisengamott's procedural history before 1500. That last, said Mr. Bartleby, is the kind of request, Lord Black, that we have not had in this shop in 11 years. Have you anything? We have, in the back, a 4-volume set. Bring it. The 4-volume set was brought. The 4-volume set sat on the counter in a small dignified leather pile. Harry, beside it, with his hand on the topmost binding, looked up at his godfather with an expression that he had not, on any other day of the trip, used. Pat foot. Yes? You did not have to. I did. You are spoiling me. You are 11. You can be spoiled, by my reckoning, in approximately 4 areas: books, snakes, hot chocolate, and goat cheese. Books is the cheapest. We are spoiling you in books. Pay the man. Harry, with great dignity, paid Mr. Bartleby with the small leather purse that had appeared, at the boy's 10th birthday, on the kitchen table at Grimmauld with no note. The purse, Andromeda had quietly told him that morning, was Cygnus's, his black great-grandfather's. The family magic had brought it up out of the 3rd-floor study, and the boy was, she thought, the first black for whom it had moved unbidden. Mr. Bartleby, who knew a black purse when he saw one, did not, for the rest of the transaction, quite let his face break into the smile he wanted to break it into. Then the apothecary at Tuileries, on the Bend, where Sirius bought a year's stock of standard Hogwarts ingredients and added, on a quiet word with old Tuileries, a small private stock of more particular ingredients for his own use, which he had once been good enough at potions to require and which old Tuileries wrapped without comment in brown paper. Then Twilfit and Tattings for trousers, jumpers, a riding coat, and a quiet dark blue dress robe for evening that Madame Twilfit herself put a finishing stitch on while Harry stood at the mirror. Heir Black. Madame Twilfit. You will, in this robe, in November, in the Yule reception your great-aunt is throwing on the 20th, be the most photographed boy in London. That is Lady Black's plan, madam. Lady Black's plans are reliable plans, Heir Black. Yes, madam. Ollivander's shop was the shop Sirius had been waiting 6 months to enter. Garrick Ollivander was, at this point, 103 years old, was as thin as a ladder, had eyes like tarnished silver, and had been, for 95 of those years, the most patient man in the wand trade. He came to the counter when the bell rang and looked up, and saw Harry, and went very still in the way old wand makers go still when a child of certain blood walks across a threshold. Heir Potter. Mr. Ollivander. Your mother. 10 1/4. Willow. Swishy. Excellent for charm work. She knew, when she touched it, by the second wand. Your father. 11 inches. Mahogany. Pliable. Good for transfiguration. He knew, when he touched it, by the 7th. Yes, sir. You will, I think, take longer. I am ready to. Hold out your wand arm. Harry did. The brass tape ran itself, and went away, and Ollivander began to bring the boxes down. The first wand was holly and phoenix feather. The boy, Sirius noticed, picked it up with the light steady wrist Madame Dupree had given him, tested it once, set it down. The second was rowan and unicorn hair. The boy tested it, set it down. The third was hawthorn and dragon heartstring. The boy tested it, set it down. Ollivander watched. Ollivander did not, today, hover. Ollivander had, on the evidence of his face, decided that he was watching a boy he had been waiting to watch for a long time, and he was going to enjoy it. The 15th wand, an English oak with a thestral hair core that Ollivander himself had made in 1953 and had been waiting to sell ever since, fitted itself into the boy's palm and lit the back of the shop quietly gold. "Ah," Ollivander said. "Yes," Harry said. 12.5 inches. English oak, from a tree on the family estate of the most ancient and most noble house of Black, which I purchased from your mother in 1953 against her wishes for the sum of 3 sickles and 1 small kiss on the cheek. The core is the tail hair of a thestral. The heart thread is the cleaved rib of a stag. It is, Ollivander paused. It is a wand for a man who is going to grow up into the kind of wizard about whom songs are written. I had thought for a long time it might be for your godfather. I was wrong. It was waiting, all along, for you. 8 galleons, please. Sirius paid. Outside, on the cobbles, in the late afternoon light, Harry held the wand in his hand for a long second and looked at it. "Padfoot," he said softly. It feels like something I lost a long time ago has come home." "Yes, cub. Wait until you cast with it." The afternoon at Madame Greengrass's was, by deliberate Andromeda design, small and light. Cygnus Greengrass was the head of his house, his wife Lyra the daughter of a French ambassadorial line, their 2 daughters Daphne, 11, and Astoria, 8. Daphne had been told, that morning, that the boy who would walk into the drawing room at 4 was the boy who was going to start at Hogwarts with her in 11 months and was, in addition, the heir of the most ancient and most noble house of Black, and was to be treated as if he were both, simultaneously, and that her job, while he was here, was to be polite and to be herself. Daphne, by the time the boy walked in, had decided that she was prepared to do both. She stood up. She inclined half an inch, the way her mother had taught her at 6. "Heir Black. Heiress Greengrass. My sister Astoria." "Astoria." "Hi," said Astoria, who was 8, and who liked the look of Sybil in the boy's cuff. The 4 children sat in the smaller drawing room. The mothers and fathers sat in the larger drawing room. Sirius, on the sofa, drank a glass of Cygnus's better claret and listened, with one ear, to the sounds in the smaller drawing room. The sounds, after the first 3 minutes, were those of children, laughing about something he could not quite make out, and once, Daphne saying with great dignity, "If you are going to teach my sister Parseltongue, Heir Black, she is going to use it on the goldfish, and our mother is going to know we did it from the smell." "That," Cygnus said, mildly, from the other sofa, "is going to be a very interesting 11th year at Hogwarts, isn't it?" "It is going to be," Sirius said, "a very interesting decade, Cygnus, and we are all of us going to be, on the whole, quite glad of it." "Yes." Sirius set his claret aside. Cygnus, on his sofa, looked at him. "Sirius. Is your boy going to break Lucius's son's nose at Hogwarts?" "Probably not. The boy has been raised by me to think breaking noses is for emergencies. Lucius's son will provide an emergency." "Probably. What will you have your boy do?" "He will give Draco one warning, and Draco will not take it, and the boy will then, in front of as many witnesses as he can find, conduct a small precise public lesson, which Lucius will read about over breakfast in the Prophet, and will, very privately, fume about, and will, very publicly, congratulate. The boys will, after that lesson, be on civil terms. They may be on more than civil terms by their 5th year. Lucius will, that summer, attempt to re-enter polite society on the Black family's coattails. We will, that summer, be amused. Yes? Yes. Good claret. Yes. The Wiesengemot reconvened, as Walburga had promised, on the 7th of October. Sirius walked into the chamber wearing the 10-button black robe with the black sigil at the throat and the Potter sigil on the right shoulder and the gold of his ring catching the light. He took the black seat, which had been, since 1981, occupied by a regent he did not, today, care to remember. He spoke briefly. He spoke politely. He sat in the gallery, at the rail, at the seat which had been, by tradition, reserved since 1463 for the heirs of the sacred 28. Harry sat in a small black robe with his great-grandfather's signet ring on a chain round his neck and his small steady hands on the brass rail and his small steady eyes on the chamber. He did not, in 3 hours, look anywhere but at the speakers. He did not, in the third break, when Lucius Malfoy came up to the gallery with Narcissa on his arm and Draco at his side, fail to stand. He did not, when Lucius extended a long thin pale hand, fail to take it. Heir Black. Lord Malfoy. My wife, Narcissa. My son, Draco. Lady Malfoy. Heir Malfoy. Heir Black, Draco said, in the small careful voice of a boy who had also been coached for 2 weeks, we are pleased to meet you. Heir Malfoy. Thank you. We will, I believe, be at school together next year. We will, I hope, get on. Draco hesitated. Then, after a small, almost imperceptible glance at his father, who did not give him a sign, he said, in the small careful voice that was, this time, just his own, I would like that, Heir Black. Then we will. Lucius's eyes, very pale, very sharp, very interested, went briefly over Harry's face. They did not, at any point, push. They did not, Harry felt, quite finish looking either. They settled, after a moment, with the distant, slightly amused, distinctly hungry expression of a man who had decided that the boy in front of him was, by far, the most useful thing he had seen all year. Lord Black, Lucius said. Lord Malfoy. Welcome home. Thank you. I look forward, in the next sitting, to your support on the Sphinx Importation Bill. I shall be reading it tonight. I shall send a copy to Grimald. With my regards. Send it. With the regards of the House of Black. As you wish. The Malfoys withdrew. Harry, very slightly, sat down. Sirius, beside him, said softly, well done, cub. Padfoot. He likes me. Lucius. Yes. He likes anything he can use, Harry. That is what I meant. He likes me because he thinks he can use me. He cannot. But he has not learned that yet. No. When will he learn it? At about, 20 minutes after you walk into your 5th-year defense class with 2 newts in your bag and a witness for the killing curse you stopped on the 3rd Tuesday of 4th year. Padfoot. Yes? You are speaking in the future tense again. Sorry, cub. Speak in the present. Yes. Are you proud of me? I am very proud of you. Good. Sirius, who had read the Sphinx Importation Bill the night before, found Lucius's small wager amusing. The bill was a piece of mid-tier ministry bureaucracy that, on its face, regulated the import of trained sphinxes for use in domestic warding and which, in its 3rd paragraph, gave the largest such importer in Britain, a small foundation in Wiltshire on whose board Lucius Malfoy and his cousin Selwyn sat, a 40-year monopoly on the trade. Sirius would not be supporting the bill. He would be supporting a small clean amendment that, by deleting a comma in the 3rd paragraph and a clause in the 7th, would convert the monopoly into an open trade controlled by the goblins of Gringotts, who had, in the past 3 years, become quietly fond of the House of Black, and who would, if asked nicely by Sirius's cousin Andromeda, return the favor. Sirius had paid for that favor in December, in a basalt chamber, with rather more than coin. He would, he expected, have the votes. He had, in the previous month, taken tea with the Bones, and tea with the Longbottoms, and a quieter glass of port with old Augusta, and a longer afternoon at the Greengrass estate, and a polite breakfast in his own kitchen with Madame Marchbanks. He had not, for once, drunk more than a glass at any of them. He had asked, in each case, exactly the same favor, a vote on the Sphinx Amendment, in exchange for the courtesy of his vote on a piece of business of theirs in the spring. He had got, in each case, the answer he wanted. The Wisingamot, in its slow ancient mechanical way, had been turning, during his exile, in his direction, in part because Andromeda had been in the corridor of it for 6 years on his behalf and in part because Lucius Malfoy had been, in those 6 years, slightly too pleased with himself for too many of his colleagues' tastes. In the gallery, beside Harry, in the third break, Augusta Longbottom appeared with a small dark-haired round-faced boy. Lord Black. Lady Andromeda. May I introduce my grandson, Neville? Lady Longbottom. Heir Longbottom. Heir Black. Heir Longbottom, this is my godson, Heir Black. How do you do, Neville said, with the small careful voice of a boy who had been coached for the Wisingamot for the first time that morning. He looked at Harry. He looked at Harry the way somebody looks at a person whose name he has known his whole life, who is, suddenly, in front of him. How do you do, Harry said, gently. He held out a hand. He had been told, by his godfather, on the carriage ride that morning, exactly what to do here, and he was doing it. I have been very glad, in advance, to meet you, Heir Longbottom. Our mothers were friends. They were going to put us in the same nursery school in Diagon Alley together. I am sorry it did not happen. I would like, if you do not object, for us to put it right at Hogwarts. Neville's face did a small thing. Yes, he said. Yes. I would like that. I have wanted to meet you for a long time. And now we have. Yes. Augusta Longbottom, behind her grandson, looked across at Sirius, who had stood up. The two of them had, sometime in the past 3 months, by way of a single handwritten note that Augusta had sent and Sirius had received and answered without delay, become allies. Augusta inclined her head, very slightly. Sirius inclined his. After the session, Augusta? After the session, Sirius. The boy is having dinner with Heir Black and Lady Andromeda at our house. Frank and Alice are not, they are not better. They will not be better. But they have been told, this morning, that they will, this evening, meet a small dark-haired Potter boy who has come back to England, and Frank, my Frank, who has not turned his head at a name in 8 years, turned his head at the name. I will bring him at 6. You will stay for dinner. I will stay for dinner. The session resumed. That evening, at Grimmauld, before dinner, Harry stood in the dueling salon on the 3rd floor with his new wand in his hand, and Sirius opposite him, and Walburga's portrait, which Andromeda had, at Sirius's request, moved upstairs to a small velvet alcove on the salon wall, watching from her little frame. Cub. Pad foot. 3 passes. No shielding on either side. I will not pull the spells. You will not pull yours. Yes? Yes. Begin. The first pass was a mutual stupefy. They stepped, both of them, into the same diagonal, and the bolts went past each other in the space between them and broke, on either side, into small red firework dust against the back walls. The second pass was a disarming charm from Sirius and a sudden small burst of Lumos Solum at the ceiling from Harry. The salon, briefly, was as bright as a midsummer noon, and Sirius's disarming charm sailed, blind, 6 inches over Harry's head. By the time the salon was dark again, the boy had moved, and his second cast, a stupefy, caught Sirius square on the wand hand. Sirius's wand jumped in his fingers. He held it. Cub. That was wandless Lumos. With your other hand. While casting with the other. Yes. That is not in your training schedule. Madame Dupree started it in May. Madame Dupree is going to be very pleased with you. Yes. Third pass. The third pass Sirius did not telegraph. He went hard. He went in with three things: a stunner, a tripping jinx at the foot, and a small precise hand flick that conjured a small pebble at the boy's left ankle. The boy stepped sideways, ducked the stunner. Sirius felt it pass over his hair, kicked the pebble aside without looking down, and answered with a body bind that came across the salon at a height of 3 feet and a width that filled the lane. Sirius rolled. Sirius rolled the way the boy had once rolled, in this same salon at 6. He came up on his knees with his wand in his hand and a shield charm just barely ahead of the second cast he had not seen coming, which had been launched not from the boy's wand but from his free hand, a small, tight, white stupefy with no wand at all in the throwing. The shield charm took it. He came up on his feet. He laughed. "Cub," he said. "Cub. Wandless stunner. Madame Dupree started it in July. Madame Dupree," Sirius said, "is the best money I have ever spent. She is, Padfoot." In the small velvet alcove on the salon wall, Walburga Black, who had not, in life, in any record of her life, ever spoken any word that could be construed as a compliment to a boy who was not her own son, said, very softly, with her painted hands folded, "Bravo, Heir Black." Harry inclined his head to the painting, the way Madame Dupree had taught him to incline his head to a dueling master. Sirius, in the center of the salon, with his wand at his side and his godson on the other end of the floor, felt, for one private second, as he had felt in the kitchen the morning after he had taken the boy out of the cupboard, that the house had let out a long breath, and that the long breath had been, at last, satisfied. That night, at dinner, at the long kitchen table at number 12, Grimald Place, with Andromeda at one end and Ted Tonks at the other, and Tonks beside Harry and Creature behind Harry's chair and Sybil on the table on a folded napkin, and Walburga's voice from the wall with permission to speak to the boy at last, and Walburga, at a question from Tonks, telling a long, slow, dry, very funny story about how at 13 she had once sneaked her brother Cygnus out of the dormitory at Hogwarts. In 1927 to attend a duel with a boy of the name of Albus Dumbledore, Harry James Potter, Black, 10.5 years old, the heir of 2 houses, the carrier of no fragments, the holder of the wand of English oak and thestral hair, leaned, in his chair, against his godfather's arm, and was, to a degree he had not been at any other dinner of his life, home. Outside, on the iron railings of the square, an early autumn rain began to come down. Tonks, beside Harry, had her hair its natural color for once, which was an unobjectionable medium brown, because she had decided, on the train down from her training, that this was a dinner she wanted not to be the most colorful person at. She had a small plate balanced on her knee and was telling Harry, in low confidential tones, about her instructors at the Auror office. "The first one, the morning one, is Mad-Eye Moody. You will, in the next 10 years, hear his name. He is half mad, half eye, and the rest is paranoia. He is the best Auror in 3 centuries. He is also a friend of your father's by way of an old sergeant's tale that I am not going to tell you. He has asked me, 3 times, this month, when I am going to bring you to a training session." "You will bring him to no training sessions," Andromeda said firmly, from the head of the table. "Yes, Maman. You may, however, in due course, bring Alastair to dinner. He does not, I am told, do dinner. He does, when invited by a Black." "Yes, Maman." Sirius, on Harry's other side, watched. He had, in the past 3 months, watched the boy more than he had watched anything in his life, and the boy was different in this house. The boy in France had been a careful, delicate, bright thing. The boy in this house, in the last week, had begun to walk like a Black, heel first, weight settled, hand always a hand's breadth from the wand. The change was small. It was not the change Andromeda had warned him about. It was a change of register. The boy was, at this dinner, in the kitchen of his ancestral home for the first time at the age the family magic had begun, again, to attend to him, the boy was at home. He was at home in the way Sirius had not been at home at any age. He was at home because Sirius had, in 9 years of work, made sure he would be. Pad foot. Mother is laughing again. He looked. Walburga, at the wall, was telling another story, this one about a duel her uncle had fought in 1893 with a man whose hat she had, by way of family revenge, set fire to in the salon at 2:30 on a Sunday afternoon. Andromeda was laughing. Tonks was laughing. Ted was laughing. Harry was laughing. Creature, in the corner, was, and this was the bit Sirius was, in years to come, going to remember most clearly, Creature was laughing. The kitchen at number 12, Grimald Place, which had not, in living memory of any inhabitant, been a kitchen in which anything had been laughed at, was full of laughter. Sirius set his fork down. He looked at the boy. The boy was, briefly, the small Harry he had taken out of the cupboard 6.5 years before. Then the boy was, the next breath, the Heir Black Potter that Madame Dupree had spent 3 years making, and the next breath the small careful adult he was already going to grow into. All 3 Harrys were happy. Sirius, for the second time in his adult life, in the kitchen of the house he had once promised himself he would burn to the ground, cried very quietly into his napkin. Outside, on the iron railings of the square, an early autumn rain began to come down. Inside, in the warmth, the family ate. In the morning, the Hogwarts letter would arrive. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, Sorting Storm. The Hogwarts Express stood at platform 9 3/4 in a long red dignified silence, the way a great old animal stands at the bottom of a paddock waiting to be saddled. Steam came off her boilers in long horizontal banners. The platform clock above the gate said 10:35. The platform itself was, this morning, the busiest it had been in a generation, because the Daily Prophet had announced, 2 days previously, that the heir of the most ancient and most noble house of Black, who was also the orphan of James and Lily Potter, would be traveling on the 11 o'clock train as an ordinary first year, and that he would not, the article had specified, be giving interviews. Sirius had read the article over breakfast, set it aside, and said, "We are going to be on the platform in 25 minutes regardless. The boy is taking the train. The boy is sitting in a compartment with the Greengrass girls and the Longbottom boy and whichever others he chooses to invite in. The boy is going to school, and he is not, today, the boy who lived. He is the boy whose godfather has packed his trunk and his snake and his oak wand and is going to put him on a train at 11 o'clock and is going to wave. Yes, Padfoot. And you are going to walk on, and you are going to walk on with your hood down, and you are going to nod at any photographer who calls your name, and you are going to walk past, and you are going to find your friends, and you are going to be, today, 11. Yes, Padfoot. I love you, cub. I love you, Padfoot. At the platform's gate, Andromeda was waiting. Tonks was, today, in a black robe with silver piping, because she was on duty, and her hair was the unobjectionable brown of last autumn's dinner, and her wand was at her hip in the open aura manner, and the small set of her shoulders said, to anyone who knew her, that anyone who attempted to bother the boy in the next 10 minutes was going to discover that 9 months of training in the aura office had been a productive 9 months. She was not, today, on assignment. She was, technically, on leave. She was at the platform because she had, at 22, decided that she was, from this hour forward, the boy's first and last line of defense against any photographer foolish enough to push. The Greengrass party was already at the train. Daphne and Astoria, who at 9 was furious that she could not start school until next year and was, in compensation, wearing a pair of kingfisher blue earrings that her mother had been 9 months losing the argument over, were standing with Cygnus and Lyra at the third carriage door. Neville Longbottom was on the platform with Augusta and a small shabby brown trunk and a small shabby Tom Toad in a glass jar. Tracy Davis was further along, with her mother, in a quiet grey traveling cloak. Theodore Knott, alone, with a single trunk, was in the 10th carriage door, and his small pale face, when he saw Harry come through the gate, did one of the small careful things small careful boys' faces did. Then he came down the carriage step, and he came along the platform, and he stopped at 3 feet, and he said, "Heir Black. Heir not. Permission to share your compartment." "Granted." Theodore inclined his head, picked up his trunk, and followed. Sirius, watching, did not, by an act of considerable will, smile. The press, when Harry passed, did not push. Tonks's wand arm did some small visible work. Sirius's reputation did the rest. Rita Skeeter, who had been standing by the gate in the same feathered green hat she had worn at the September meeting, opened her mouth at Harry. Tonks looked at her. Rita Skeeter shut her mouth again. Tonks, very faintly, smiled. In the compartment, the children settled. Daphne sat by the window. Astoria, who had been allowed, by special pleading, to ride to the door and wave, sat on the seat opposite her sister. Neville sat next to Astoria, with the toad in his lap. Tracy sat next to Daphne. Theo sat next to the door. Harry sat in the middle, with Sybil on the seat beside him in her small leather travel coil. The compartment was too small for 7 children and a snake and 4 trunks. It was, however, exactly the right amount of full. "Right," Daphne said, in a tone that was, even to Harry's ear, very nearly her mother's. "We have, by my mother's advice, 2 hours. We will, in those 2 hours, do 3 things. First, we will agree, the 7 of us, that whoever the sorting puts in whichever house, we are not going to lose touch. None of us. Yes?" "Yes," said Tracy, immediately. "Yes," said Neville, fervently. "Yes," said Theo, after a small steady look at Harry. "Yes," said Astoria, who was 9, and was for the moment counting. "Yes," said Harry, which counted for 2. "Good. Second, we will agree that any of us who has, before October, more than one bad lesson, will speak to the others, and we will, the others, do something about it. Yes?" "Yes." Third, we will agree that anything that is said by any of us in this compartment in the next 2 hours is, by Prefect's lean and 7th-year oath, in confidence, and goes nowhere. We are 11. We have very little to confide. We will, however, be 12 and 13 and 15, and at 15 we may have things, and we are practicing for 15. Yes. Astoria, that includes you. Daphne, I am going to be furious about this for the next 8 years. Yes. All right. Good. The whistle blew at 5 to 11. The trolley rumbled. The train shuddered. Harry, on Tonks's instruction from the platform, went to the door and waved at his godfather and his cousin Andromeda and his cousin Tonks and the Longbottoms and the Greengrasses and Madame Dupree, who had come up from Ike's on the day's train and was standing at the gate with her cane and her glass eye and her one small approving nod. He waved at all of them. The train pulled out. The platform fell behind. He sat down in the corner of the compartment with Sybil on his collar, and Daphne Greengrass, opposite, said, "All right, then. Let us begin." They were, by the time the trolley arrived at the door, for hours into the kind of conversation Sirius had told them, that morning, would set the rest of their school career, Daphne talking about which professors were, by her mother's report, fair and which were not, Tracy complaining, with the small unthreatened ease of a half-blood whose family had decided 3 generations back not to pretend otherwise, about the fact that her father had bought her 3 separate cauldrons because he could not believe one would do, Neville confiding, in a small voice he had not, on the platform, used, that he was almost sure he was going to be a Hufflepuff and was nearly sure his grandmother was going to be displeased, Theo, with the kind of dry care his father did not have, observing that the question was not which house one would be in but how one would, in any house one was in, be a not. Harry listened. Harry asked questions. Harry, when Neville's voice dropped, said, very lightly, that he knew of 3 Longbottoms in the last 6 generations who had been Hufflepuffs and that one of them had been Augusta's own grandmother, and Augusta had told him, last week at dinner, that her grandmother had been the most frightening woman in their house, and that any Longbottom who was Hufflepuff was, by family blood, 3 times the Hufflepuff of any non-Longbottom. Neville's face did the thing. Around the bend at Crewe, Draco Malfoy slid open the door of the compartment with 2 friends behind him. Heir Black. Heir Malfoy. My friends Crabbe and Goyle. Crabbe. Goyle. You are sitting, Draco said, in a tone that was, to Harry's ear, not quite his father's, with the company I keep. Heir Greengrass. Heir Greengrass the younger. Davis. Heir Longbottom. Heir Not. Malfoy. And the snake? Sybil. Of the House of Black. As registered. I see. Draco hesitated. He had, on the platform, before his father had stalked off to a conversation with Selwyn, been told by his mother, very softly, be polite, Draco. Do not, on the train, be your father. He had been told, 3 days before, by his godfather, in a quieter tone, be careful. He is not, like the rest, in your weight class. Don't try him. He stood now in the door of the compartment with his 2 friends behind him and made, on his own, the calculation his father had not been able to make for him, because the question was, at this particular hinge of his life, going to be his and not his father's. He thought about the conversation he had had with Harry in the gallery break in October. He thought about the small private nod Harry had given him at the November Yule reception, the one that had said, you and I are going to get on, eventually, if you are not stupid. He thought about the article in the Prophet 2 days ago. He thought, briefly, about his cousin, and his uncle, and the things in his father's drawing room that he had been told he was not to ask about. He did the careful thing. Heir Black, he said, after a small pause. We have come, my friends and I, from carriage 12, where my father has reserved a compartment, in order to extend, at my mother's instruction, an invitation. The invitation is to take tea, in the compartment in carriage 12, with myself and my cousins, at 1:30. You may, of course, bring such company as you wish. It was a careful invitation. It was an invitation that, at the cost of nothing, made Draco look, to anybody watching, civilized, included Harry in his orbit without forcing the fight, and gave his father, when his father read about it tomorrow in the Prophet, no public ground to be furious on. Harry could feel Daphne, beside him, recognize the shape of it. Daphne had been raised by her mother on the small careful arts of pure-blood etiquette, and Daphne knew a good move when she saw one. Heir Malfoy. Yes. I accept, on my own behalf and on the behalf of the company in this compartment. We will, however, take tea here. I would consider it a kindness if you would, with your cousins, at 1:30, come up and join us. It was the careful counter. It moved the meeting from Lucius's territory to Harry's. It did so politely. It made Draco, in front of his 2 friends, choose, in the moment, between his father's probable instruction and the public courtesy of the moment. Draco hesitated for one quiet second. Then, with the small private grin of a boy who had been given, in his life, very few choices and was now making one in the ear of a small friendly press he was beginning to like, he said, yes, Heir Black. We will be glad to. 1:30. May we bring biscuits? Bring biscuits. Until then. Until then. The door slid shut. Tracy Davis, on the seat by the window, breathed out. Daphne, beside her, said, very quietly, Heir Black, that was nicely done. Theo, by the door, said nothing, and was, on Harry's right, smiling for the first time on the journey. Neville's small round face was a study. Astoria, who was 9, said, I would like a biscuit now. At 1:25, Daphne and Tracy laid out tea on the small fold-down table. Astoria, who had a knack for it, conjured a small tablecloth out of a napkin she had brought from the family kitchen at 4 that morning specifically for the purpose. Theo, who in the privacy of the Knott household had been laying tea since he was 7, set the cups in the half-moon arrangement that, by old wizarding etiquette, indicated to a guest that he was being received as a peer rather than a supplicant. Neville, who had been raised by Augusta and was not, in his own house, ever a supplicant for tea, supplied the small careful biscuits his grandmother had pressed on him at the gate. At 1:30 exactly, Draco Malfoy slid the door open with his 2 friends behind him and a small green tin of biscuits in his hand. He looked at the cups. He looked at Theo, who had set them. He looked at Harry, who was watching him without seeming to. Heir Black. Heir Malfoy. Sit, please. Crabbe. Goyle. Tea. Crabbe and Goyle sat heavily on the edges of the seat. They took, when offered, tea and biscuits, and were, surprising themselves, not quite uncomfortable. Astoria, on Neville's lap by now, with the toad in her hand, asked Crabbe, in the small fearless way of a 9-year-old, whether he had a pet at home. Crabbe, who had a small fat tabby cat called Bun Bun, found himself, before he knew it, telling her about Bun Bun. Goyle, who had a cousin's badger, told her about the badger. Astoria nodded gravely, and the conversation, at one end of the compartment, became, for a stretch of 15 minutes, entirely a conversation about the small everyday animals of pure-blood households in the south of England. At the other end, Draco and Harry, with Daphne and Theo as the careful witnesses both fathers would have insisted on, talked about lessons. They talked about defense. They talked about potions, which was the subject Theo and Draco had been told, since they could remember, would be the subject in which they would shine. They talked, briefly, about Quidditch. Draco was the only first-year on the Express that morning who was already on a broom Sirius would have recommended, which was a Nimbus. Harry was on a broom Andromeda had recommended, which was a Comet. Astoria, listening from Neville's lap, decided that broomsticks were a stupid topic and announced as much. Draco, who at home would have been told to apologize for talking about a topic in front of a girl who found it stupid, did, here, the unprecedented thing of laughing. Daphne, beside her, was quietly relieved. By 2:30, when Draco and his friends withdrew, the compartment was, by every metric Sirius had taught Harry to apply, a successful first political reception. Draco had been, in front of his bodyguards, treated with respect. The respect had been, in front of Daphne and Theo, conditional and clear-eyed. Nobody had pretended Draco was anybody other than Lucius's son. And Astoria, on Neville's lap, had charmed Crabbe and Goyle in the way Astoria, on her own afternoons at home, charmed her older sister's friends, which was by being, herself, exactly herself. When the door slid shut behind them, Theo, by the door, said, "Heir Black." "Yes." "Your godfather?" "Yes." "That was him." "It was." "You have learned him very well." "I have had him for 7 years and 1 month." "Yes." "What did your father teach you, Theo?" Theo considered. "My father taught me," he said, after a small pause, "to keep my head down. He has, in the last year, begun to teach me something else. He has begun to teach me to lift it. He has not, yet, taught me what to do once it is lifted. I am here, on this train, in part to find out." Daphne, by the window, was looking at Theo with the careful approving eye she had been taught to use on potential allies. "You may," Harry said, "find that out with us." Theo nodded, once. The sorting that night was not, in itself, the longest event in the history of the sorting, but it was, in the memory of those who attended it, the longest one of their lives. The first years had been led across the lake by Hagrid in the dusk. Harry had stood at the prow of the boat with Daphne and Tracy and Sybil, and had looked, in silence, at the castle on the cliff in the moonlight. The castle was, even by his godfather's stories, larger than he had expected. It was, even by Sirius's reluctant tone, more beautiful than he had been told. He had felt, in his chest, on the boat, at the first sight of it, a small thing he had not, at any point in his life so far, felt, the sense that a place he had never been before had been, all the same, waiting for him. In the antechamber, McGonagall had given the standard speech. The first years had filed in. The hat had sung. Names had been read. Hannah Abbott to Hufflepuff. Susan Bones to Hufflepuff. Crabbe to Slytherin, on a hat that did not, this year, deliberate. Davis Tracy to Slytherin, on a hat that thought about it for 2 seconds. Greengrass Daphne to Slytherin, on a hat that did not deliberate. Longbottom Neville to Hufflepuff, on a hat that took a moment to be sure but was, in the end, smiling. Lovegood Luna to Ravenclaw. Malfoy Draco to Slytherin. Not Theodore to Slytherin. Patil to Gryffindor and to Ravenclaw, 1 each. Potter, Black, Potter, Harry, McGonagall read from the scroll, on the small dignified pause she had decided, at 5 o'clock that evening, was the only fair thing. The hall went, briefly, very quiet. He walked up. He walked up the way Madame Dupree had taught him to walk, feet square, weight on the balls, head still. He sat on the stool. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. The hat dropped over his eyes, and the hat said, in the voice of a small old man who had been doing this for 9 centuries, "Well, well, well. Hello, Heir Black. Hello, Heir Potter. Well, well, well." In Harry's mind, he was sitting in his occlumency kitchen. The lily was on the table. The dog was on the wall. The door was shut. "You will not," the hat said, "take it amiss if I open the door." "You may, sir," Harry thought, "knock." The hat knocked. Harry let it in. The hat, when it had got past the door of his kitchen, looked around the kitchen and made a small low pleased sound. "Oh dear," the hat said. "Oh, my goodness. Look at this. Look at this, Heir Black. You have the loyalty of a Hufflepuff. You have, my goodness, the courage of a Gryffindor. You have, I see, a small, fierce, very fast wit of a Ravenclaw. And you have, Heir Black. You have the political sense of any Slytherin since Salazar. I have been raised, sir, by my godfather and by my cousin Andromeda. I see. I see. I see them in here. Both of them. They have done you a large kindness. You are, very rare for an 11-year-old, an undivided child. You are going to be a difficult man to sort. Let us try." The hat tried. "I would put you in Hufflepuff, but you are not, at heart, a Hufflepuff. You are loyal to those you have chosen, and not to all you meet." "Yes, sir. I would put you in Gryffindor, where your father was. You would do well in Gryffindor. You would have friends. You would, however, not be the boy you have been raised to be. Gryffindor would, by the 3rd year, bore you." "Yes, sir. I would put you in Ravenclaw. You have the brain for it. You are not, however, a creature whose first answer to a problem is to find another book. My godfather has, sir, told me a great many times that the first answer to a problem is the wand hand. Yes, I see him. I have always liked him. He is, in this hat, a difficult sit. The brain is, yes. Slytherin, then. Sir. You are the heir of 2 of the 7 oldest political houses. You are, by training and by choice and by, frankly, the brain you got from your mother and the wand hand you got from your father, the kind of wizard who is going to write the next chapter of the Wisengamot's procedural history. There is, as a matter of pure fit, only one house in this school where you will be among other children who are doing the same training. There is, as a matter of pure preference, only one house where you will not be perpetually in some way pretending. There is, sir. Yes, Heir Black. Will my godfather mind? Your godfather. Sirius Black. Of Gryffindor. Will he mind? Yes, sir. Heir Black, your godfather has told the headmaster of this school, in writing, 6 weeks ago, that he and his cousin Andromeda are aware of the likely outcome of your sorting, and that they have, between them, prepared for it for a year. He has also, separately, told me, in a letter sent by hand last Wednesday, that he would be, on the whole, a little disappointed if I did not put you exactly where you and I are about to agree to put you. Yes? Sir. And the children in your compartment on the train. The Greengrass girl, the Davis girl, the Knot boy, the Longbottom boy. Will they mind? No, sir. Then, sir. One more thing. Yes, Heir Black. My mother. The hat. The hat that sorted my mother. Did she try Slytherin too? The hat was, for a moment, silent. Heir Black. Your mother sat under this hat at 11 and the hat said 3 things to her. The hat said, "My dear, you have a very good brain and the courage of 3 of the children I have sorted today." The hat said, "My dear, I think you are going to be a Gryffindor, because of where, I am sad to inform you, your future husband is going to be sorted, and you are going to get into a fight with him almost immediately, and you are going to win." And the hat said, "My dear, I consider you to be one of the finest minds I have sorted in my last 100 years, and I wish you a long happy career." Your mother answered, "My dear, I will take Gryffindor." She joked with you. She did. That sounds like her. It was her. Now. Sir. Heir Black. Slytherin, please. Slytherin, the hat said, aloud, in the voice it kept for the hall. The hall, for a very long second, did not react. Then the Slytherin table, half a beat after Daphne had stood up, and Theo had stood up, and Tracy had stood up, applauded. Harry took the hat off. He set it on the stool. He stood up. He inclined his head, half an inch, to McGonagall, who was looking at him with an expression that was, for a Scottish witch, unreadable. He inclined his head, half an inch, to the staff table. Dumbledore, behind his beard, on his throne, with his hands folded in his lap and his eyes very bright, inclined his head back. He inclined his head, the same depth, to the Slytherin table, and walked, in the small even tread Madame Dupree had taught him, the length of the hall. He sat down between Daphne and Theo. The applause from the Slytherin table, by the time he sat, was the loudest Slytherin applause the hall had heard, by long memory, since the early 60s. At the Gryffindor table, 2 seats down, a pair of red-haired twins, who had been 13 for 2 months and who had not yet decided in which direction they were going to spend the next 4 years, exchanged a look that was, even at 13, the look of the Weasley twins deciding, for the next 7 years, to become, by way of the boy who had just been sorted, friends with a Slytherin. The welcoming feast was loud. Loud at the Slytherin table, loud at the staff table, loud at Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. The food was as Sirius had promised it would be: roast goose, roast lamb, roast beef, 3 kinds of potato, 4 kinds of cheese, sauces from Cygnus's old French recipes that Hogwarts elves had been using, with their own small variations, for 2 centuries. Harry ate. He ate at first the careful 11-year-old portions Andromeda had told him to take when in unfamiliar settings. He ate, by the second course, the larger portions Madame Dupree had told him a duelist eats when his magical core is settling itself in a new place. He spoke, across the table, to Tracy Davis, who had decided, on the strength of Daphne's example, to make Harry her first friend in the house. He spoke, on his right, to Daphne, whose mother had told her last week that she was, at school, in the first instance to be Harry's friend in his second eyes. Daphne was, by the second course, both. He spoke, on his left, to Theo, whose father had given him no instruction at all and who was, at the table, beginning to enjoy the unprecedented experience of choosing his own friends. He smiled, twice, across the hall, at Neville, and watched Neville, in turn, at Hufflepuff, sit beside Hannah Abbott and find, in 3 or 4 sentences, that he liked her. He nodded, once, across at Gryffindor, where the Weasley twins, for some reason their elder brother Bill could probably have explained, had chosen, over the meal, to keep half an eye on him. After the feast, the headmaster stood. He said the standard things. He said the third-floor corridor was forbidden. He said the Forbidden Forest was forbidden. He said the curfew was 11. He said welcome. He said the school year would begin in the morning. He did not, in the speech, look at Harry once. The first years were led to their dormitories. Slytherin's was below the lake. The common room had not, in 700 years, been more than dimly green and quietly grand. The boys' first-year dormitory was a long stone room with 5 high-backed beds along one wall. Harry's bed was the third from the door. His trunk was on the floor at the bed's foot. The window over his bed was a leaded round porthole into the lake itself, and beyond it, in the green dim, he could see a small school of bream cross slowly across the field of view as he came in. That night, at the long table in the Slytherin common room, before bed, in the greenlit gloom, with Sybil on his collar and Daphne on his right and Theo on his left and Tracy across, Harry James Potter, Black, 11 years old, the heir of 2 houses, the carrier of a wand of English oak and thestral hair, the boy who had this evening declined to be the boy who lived, opened the small letter that had been on his pillow when he had come into his dormitory. The letter said, "Cub. I knew. I am not disappointed. I love you. Pat foot." He folded the letter into the inside pocket of his robe. He set Sybil on the table. He looked up, in the small green gloom, at the Slytherin first years and the second years and the third years and the prefect, who was a thin, sharp-eyed 7th year named Gemma Farley, and who had been, all evening, watching him with the careful, half-amused, half-wondering attention of a senior who has, at the start of a year, been given a problem. Heir Black. Miss Farley. On behalf of the House of Slytherin, welcome. Thank you. You will, in this house, be expected to, Miss Farley. I have been expecting it since I was 4. May I, at some point this week, pay a small private call on you to ask the questions I have been preparing for 9 months? Heir Black. Yes. You may pay it on Friday at 6 o'clock, in my study off the prefect's bathroom. I will, for that interview, charge you a small fee of 2 galleons, payable in advance, which I will deposit in a charity I support that arranges Christmas vouchers for Muggle-born first-years whose families cannot afford the train fare to King's Cross at the holiday. He took 2 galleons out of his pocket and put them on the table. Friday at 6, he said. Friday at 6. Welcome to Slytherin, Heir Black. Thank you, Miss Farley. And one further matter, before I leave you. The 4th-year boys at the table behind me have, for the last hour and a half, been deciding whether to test you. They have decided not to. The decision was, on the whole, a wise one. I have, however, told them that if they ever change their minds, they will, before approaching you, approach me. I do not want my last year as a prefect of this house complicated by losing 4 boys to the hospital wing in a single afternoon. Miss Farley. Yes. Lose them, Harry said softly, to your charity, instead. Have them, in the case of any duel they wish with me, post in advance the value of 1 Christmas voucher each as a stake. They will, in 3 years, having lost a great many duels, have funded the entire program. She looked at him for a long second. Then, for the first time since he had walked into the room, the 7th-year prefect of Slytherin laughed out loud, in the small hard delighted laugh of a witch who has been, on the strength of one sentence, won. Heir Black. Miss Farley. You are going to be a tremendous nuisance to me this year, and I am going to enjoy every minute of it. Yes, Miss Farley. Good night. Good night. Thank you, Miss Farley. I am looking forward to a great many things. I am looking forward, Heir Black, to most of them with you. She smiled. She withdrew. The third-year boys at the next table, who had been, by long Slytherin tradition, the first to size up the new boy, did not, on this evidence, attempt the standard hazing. The standard hazing required, at minimum, a misjudged target. The third years were not, this year, misjudging. Daphne, by Harry's right elbow, said softly, "Heir Black. Heir Greengrass. You have just bought a Slytherin prefect. I have just bought 12 Christmas vouchers for Muggle-born first years. Yes. And, in the same breath, a Slytherin prefect. That is true. That was very well done. My godfather did it. I borrowed it. I am, this year, in this house, going to do a very great deal of borrowing. That is, Heir Black, the secret of any successful Slytherin. Yes." In the dormitory, that night, with Sybil on the bedpost and the small letter from Padfoot in the inside pocket of his folded robe and the green light through the lake water on the ceiling, Harry James Potter, Black slept the way he had not, in his life, slept, as a small boy in a strange place who had, at every previous lying down, been faintly aware that the place might, in the morning, decide it did not want him. This place wanted him. He could feel it in the stones. It wanted him the way Grimmauld had wanted him, the way the runes under Gringotts had recognized him, the way the family magic had chosen him at 4. The whole long lit length of Hogwarts, in its ancient sleep, which had been, that evening, surprised by no one sorting in 50 years, had been, an hour ago, very pleased. In the headmaster's tower, Albus Dumbledore stood at his window and looked down at the dark lake. He had a small dish of sherbet lemons at his elbow. He did not, this evening, eat one. He thought, at the window, for a long time, about a small dark-haired boy who had, in front of the entire school that evening, declined to be the boy who lived in a way the boy himself had not, perhaps, fully noticed. He thought about the godfather, 300 miles south, who had taught him, by careful weekly drilling for nearly 7 years, to do it without thinking. He thought about the woman who had taught the godfather, 2 centuries old in painted oils, hanging at last in dignity at the head of her grandson's salon. He thought, he confessed to himself, that he had been wrong. He had been wrong on the night of the 31st of October, 1981. He had been wrong on the morning of the 1st of November, 1981. He had been wrong about the cupboard, and the wards, and the fragment, and the boy. He had been right, once, in his life, on the matter of the boy, at the breakfast table at La Belle Tante, 3 years ago, when he had stopped pretending he was not wrong, and had confessed it, and had done as Lord Black had told him to do. He looked at the Marauder's map on his desk, which Sirius had sent him, by way of apology, at the start of the term, for the trouble Sirius had caused him over the years. He looked at the small dot in the Slytherin first-year dormitory, labeled Harry James Potter, Black. He looked at the small dot in the office of his head of house, in green ink, labeled Severus Snape, who was not, this evening, going to give the boy any trouble, because Sirius Black had taken Severus to a long, quiet, professional dinner the previous Saturday at a private booking at the Leaky, and had, over a single bottle of pre-war elderflower brandy, made the small specific arrangement that Severus had, at the end of the dinner, agreed to. He looked at the dot of Sirius Black at number 12, Grimmauld Place. The dot was at rest. Asleep. The boy was where he should be. The godfather was where he should be. The headmaster was, after some years of being one of them in a mess, in a place that was, on the whole, the right place. Albus Dumbledore took, from the dish at his elbow, a single sherbet lemon, and ate it, and went to bed. In Slytherin, in the green dim, Harry James Potter, Black slept. Sybil, at his pillow, slept too. In Grimmauld, in the long gallery on the 3rd floor, the gold thread of Harry James Potter, Black on the great family tapestry, which had, over 7 years of training, work, 3 goblin cleansings, 2 years on the continent, 1 private dueling master, a Wisengamot debut, a sorting, and a great many small kindnesses on the part of a difficult man with an even more difficult brother, brightened, very faintly, all by itself. It glowed, all night, the color of a clear dawn. Outside, somewhere in a forest far away, a thin diminished thing that had, that night, felt one of its hooks in the world go dark, made a small sound that nothing alive in the forest had heard before, and burrowed deeper. It would, in time, come back. It would not, when it came back, come back to the cupboard under the stairs. It would come back to a wizard. Two, in fact, 3 wizards, an old one in a tower, and a tired difficult one with a black dog at his heel, and a small dark-haired one in green and silver under a lake, with a snake at his pillow, and a wand of English oak ancestral hair on a shelf above his pillow, and a great, slow, watchful family magic running quietly along his bones, and a school full, on the morning to come, of friends, and the long, careful, hard, beautiful work of 7 years still in front of him. It would come back. It would not, this time, find what it had left behind. Chapter 7 End.